It is episode 197 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. I'm greeted here with the Burrell from the Garage of Knowledge. Good evening, Bobby. Absolutely. And Eric, who killed himself, and we will make fun of him for the next several hours, as we often do. So that'll be a thing.
If he makes it.
Well, if he keels over dead, it'll be good for ratings. So either way, we're good.
True.
It'll work out. So one thing I wanted to touch on briefly, let me see if I can pull this up here. I actually took a screenshot because the comments, there's always the thing where sometimes there's a cutoff in the comments. I can actually see, well, actually, hold on. I can still see it. So we're good.
Comment.
Oh, I've got it. Here's the thing. I've actually got it on my screen here. So that's why I kept this open. Otherwise, I would have cut it off. So Zach, now the thing is, you're saying shut up, Josh, but I think the only other comment I've got is Zach. So I think you were saying shut up, Zach, and you defaulted to Josh.
No. Just randomly this morning. Just completely random this morning. I wanted first, and I wanted just to say shut up, Josh.
Well, there you go. You started with shut up, Josh. But Zach followed up with saying, now I'm not saying Eric is the prime suspect in the Dallas card show heist, but it's worth noting his name has not been cleared, which is facts.
Yes, that's a true statement.
That is true. That is true.
We can't completely discount the possibility that Eric may know more than he's letting on.
Roll up your sleeves. Let's see if you have any tattoos.
Indeed. Philly Joe here says, good evening, Carlos and gang. Interested in any CT scanners that may be available? We'll trade cards. I know a guy who might be interested in some kind of shady activity, allegedly. Just throwing it out there. Good evening, Philly Joe. Carlisle here. 4.5 minutes before the YouTube commercial started. I missed the first 30 seconds of the show. Well, we started maybe a minute or two later, so maybe you got through it. We'll see. Hopefully you did.
It doesn't matter if you see every second of the show or 1 second of the show. It's gonna suck the same amount.
That was a very odd way of saying greatness, and I appreciated it. Good evening, Jeff. Absolutely hello to you. Paul here. In honor of the National, Eric has agreed to 10x his like button fee. Facts.
Eric has not agreed to that at all.
Oh, that's exactly what I heard. That's what I heard pre-show. Between wheezes.
What did you get, Eric?
What did I get?
Yeah.
What did you get? And good evening, Big Scott.
This came in. That is Andy Moog jumping into the arms of Ray Bork. And the next time I see Ray, which maybe within the next month, I will have him this side. I'll have him autograph it over here. So
there you go.
I got this cheap on eBay. It looked really, it's just perfect to have Ray put his auto there. So next time I see him, I'll have him sign it.
Yep.
Put a little heart at the end, too.
Maybe.
Well, that and I love you, Eric, and I couldn't have done it without you. Thanks for everything.
Well, I thought it was I love you, Andy, but anyways.
Good evening, Scott. Good evening, Orlando. Bob Jackson says, isn't Eric too crippled to be a suspect? Well, Eric said he went for a 3-hour bike ride, so maybe he's faking that too.
Well.
Saddler fan, good evening.
Here you go. You can, I don't know if you can see all that. I'll try to make it as clear as I can.
Can't see nothing. Oh, there. Higher.
Says, congrats, you've accomplished your yearly distance goal. 5 feet? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Orlando says, just hit the like button. Pay up, Eric. Facts. Sorry, I just missed a 100x. Facts. Allie Mokes. Never heard of her. That's right. Brendan Ryan says, happy pre-national Friday. Happy pre-national to you. Looks like they're making a baby Bruin. Yes. The legacy of Suck must continue. Justin says, great picture, Eric. There you go. Dufix says, grab your comfy shoes and extra water bottles because it's Friday before the National. Facts. So, look, we'll see if we get around to it. But I did actually bookmark the site that you use for the little rankings like S tier and all that stuff. And I actually grabbed some pictures of some shoes. So maybe if we get bored, we can actually do the little power ranking. I can grab some images because there's a site that you can use for that stuff. So, and I need Eric's expertise on the comfortable shoes. So, this might be your moment. By the way, I did want to also mention that since I mentioned Bobby in the Garage of Knowledge, we have another consecutive week because I was listening to Hockey Cards Gong Show earlier today. So we have another consecutive week where Bobby Burrell is name dropped, even though they never get him on the show.
Did they do it again? Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I think they were talking about some card in the Fanatics collectibles thing, and then they was like making, hey, we should ask Bobby. It's like maybe you should.
Maybe you should.
Perhaps that's quite an idea you have there.
That is brilliant.
Yeah. Zach says, Eric running from the cops. He sounds out of breath. That's right. Exactly. Which friend did you get to put that on your bike? I know.
Shut up, Bob.
Good evening, Dave. Absolutely. So we've got a couple of things that we'll go through. Obviously, the pre-national thing. We won't really spend too much time on it. You've seen a lot of the stuff. If I do feel like having some fun, we could do the comfortable shoes thing. Just again for kicks because we can. Obviously, it's perfect. Just say, there you go.
Mhm.
Good
I think
stuff.
we should call it prenatal.
In context, that would completely change the demographic of it. I probably.
It might.
Mhm.
It's just a bunch of babies going. No,
Well, if I need to hear about babies, I can just hear more about Eric's Bruins. So we've got that going for
well,
us.
then they're Cubs,
Mhm.
and they suck too.
Mhm. They do. So one thing I wanted to touch on, at least for a couple minutes, is our favorite run of the mill. It was actually funny, and Eric, I think you'll appreciate this. So there was there was a discussion. Well, there was a Instagram thread, and your buddy from Sports Card Nonsense, Gio, responded to Cage Lawyer. So did you see that piece? You know what I'm talking about?
I saw an interaction on Instagram.
Yeah.
And then, they've known each other for a while. So I thought, I didn't know if it was being serious or they were just, screwing around. And it looks like they want to team up and, have one of them on one of them's show. And I didn't put really much attention to it. So if there really is something behind it, I'd be interested to find out. But
another tag team, eh? Mm-hmm.
I can't say that I know about any background story to it.
Yeah,
it's possible. But what I'll say is this: either way, it gives us a little entertainment. It adds a little flavor to it. But it also, my favorite part about it, and I'll actually share the screen here on it. The thing is, regardless, it actually works great because either way, Cage undermined his own video because he made the video and he's very passionate about it and everything. And on paper, his point is not terrible. On paper, it's reasonable enough. It rings a little hollow from who it's coming from. It's a little weird, but part of the reason is because I'll play a little clip for you of my favorite clip that I like to play sometimes here, and we'll give you the slightly longer version of it. And that's why it makes it a little bit funny. But I'll show you first the actual screenshot I took of the specific one here.
Okay.
So here it is. This was based on his Instagram, but it was based on a little clip of his video that he did. And I'll include a link to his video in the description for you guys to check the replay, so you can check that out later. So anyway, I was just talking about that, and then in the comments, Gio says, "Can you come on the pod next week so I can yell at you about this putrid take?" Right. And then Cage it says, you can stop sucking on orifices of Fanatics. It's a request, it's an appreciation of sports card nonsense and its unbiased nature. Exactly. So I thought it was very funny. Regardless, I'm not going to worry too much about if it's just playing it up for the sake of I enjoy my wrestling. So if you want to do a feud for the sake of ratings, hey, I'm for it. If Kenny's going to let us down, then somebody's got to take up the mantle. I'm good with it.
I hear you.
But the reason it's funny. So let's talk about the original video first, and then I'll mention why it's kind of funny. So the video is a very passionate story of Cage talking about opening boxes with his son, and it's the new Topps Chrome. And one of the things that Topps Chrome promoted was that you can get Legends autographs on there. They got a Sandy Koufax autograph on there. You can get Ichiro. You can get Ken Griffey on card. Beautiful autographs. The cards actually look great. They actually look fantastic. With the design and the chrome and everything, looks awesome. And Sandy Koufax doesn't sign much anymore, so that's actually really cool that they were able to get him to do it, which actually adds a little something. And these ones there's a couple of different parallels to it, but the total combined print run of the whole thing, every version, including the 1-of-1, is 91. So there's under 100 autographs total for each one of these players. So regardless of version or format. So it's actually pretty tough pull. So regardless, it's going to be a tough pull. Regardless, you're not going to get one all the time. Where some people took issue, and I agreed with this part of the take. I agreed with this.
Okay.
Was that you cannot get these in hobby. You cannot get these in retail. You have to buy what's called a Breaker's Delight box. So it's a very specific format.
Okay.
But the thing is, anybody can buy a Breaker's Delight box. You can buy one. I can buy one. Bobby can buy one. Like it costs more because it's a very specific format. The same way that Jumbo is more expensive than hobby.
Because it's loaded? Is that why?
Well, literally, the Breaker's Delight, they removed all the base cards, and all that's left in the boxes are the hits. So it's designed to be like we're removing. It is designed to be more streamlined, and you're going to pull more hits in it because literally that's all there is in the packs. It's the hits.
How, just out of curiosity, how much is a box of Breakers Delight?
Much like the like button, a mere $500.
Mere.
A mere. A pittance.
And suck a
pittance. Listen, Eric spends more on that on chocolate sticks every Wednesday. Like it's not even real money. Like it's not even a thing.
Shouldn't be.
Yep.
That
No real.
just complete utter nonsense. But whatever, to each their own.
It's Breakers Delight.
But
What
here's
you
know.
But here's the important part.
What you like.
There is
It's
nothing
like
necessarily.
with an edge.
Oh, but Bobby, the thing is, that's always been the case. Jumbo is more cards, but obviously you will pull more autographs in it because there's a higher format. They're also more expensive. So the idea though is that the Jumbo versus Hobby, theoretically, you can pull the same inserts. So the idea is even though a Jumbo has better odds because you're getting, you're buying these bigger packs, it still provides the same ones. But Hobby exclusive inserts are not new. Retail exclusive inserts are not new. So they're exclusive to one format. In this case, the Breakers Delight is another format. You're allowed to have a format where you say, hey, if you want to pull. Now, the criticism that I agreed with, that some people mentioned, was they didn't make it clear enough that these cool cards that you're promoting are in that specific format. You can have it exclusive to it. Like that, guess what? You're allowed to do that. Totally allowed. But just make it more clear to make it, by the way, you're not going to get these in hobby boxes. These are not in retail boxes. You want these, they're in this specific type of box. You want one, you take your chance, but that's in that type of box only. That's the only place you can get it. Panini does the same thing with the first off the line. There's some exclusive parallels and inserts that are only in those boxes. You have to buy the specific box, especially marked box. That's the only place you can get it. You can't get it in the other ones. It's got to be in this one. That's allowed. Where the argument is, well, it's more expensive. It's like, you're right. But like I said, the point is actually valid. If you want to say, hey, you should be more clear about that, make sure everybody knows, the people that are buying this stuff, make sure they know that it can only come in this one right off. So that people aren't buying hobby boxes thinking they got a shot. That's not fair. You want to make sure they know, make sure they understand it from the get-go. But where I thought it was funny, and the reason I got a kick out of it, was that Cage was the one arguing this. He was being very populist. He was trying to be for the people. Well, number one, he talks about in the same video opening a hobby box or two with his son every week, basically since the pandemic, which can be hundreds of dollars a week. Most people are not doing that. That's expensive. That's number one. No. And then number two, and I'm going to see if I can pull up the clip here because I had so much fun. It made me laugh. And I'm going to pull it up and get the exact piece that I want on this. So I'm going to tell you, I've shown the "'Cause You're Poor" before. But I want to give a little bit more context on this one. I want to play a little bit more of the clip. Usually I just play the "'Cause You're Poor," but I want to play a couple of seconds beyond that part so that you can listen to. I want you to remember that whole background I just gave you about, it's not fair that, the collector is being denied because these boxes are more expensive. Remember, I'm just making sure you remember this piece. I want you to remember this part. So, and then I'll give you the context for this one in a minute as well. But let me play this one for you. Let's see. I just want to make sure. Did I put the audio on? Hold on. Let me make sure I have it on so that we can hear it. And that way we'll be in good shape. Yeah, Chrome tab. There we go. That's what I want to make sure. So yeah, audio is good. Okay, great. All right, cool. So I've already got it queued up. This is the exact spot. Here we go.
I'm a real collector of these cards. Why is it that I don't own the best cards of the player that I collect? Well, guess what? Because you're poor. Why? Because somebody with more money outbid you. That's life. That's the way it works. What the hell happened last week that all these whiny collectors had some sense of entitlement about the... Guess what, dude? You want a card? Pay for it.
Whoa. And I must say I agree.
Card, pay for it. The funny part about that
I must say I agree. I think the man is making some valid points. Do you not?
There's things I can't afford, and there's things I cannot afford, and that's a fact of life.
Isn't it funny though? Here's a little fact that most people who have Mercedes-Benz buy them on payments. You think they'd have enough money just to pay it off, but no.
Yep. Good evening, Dom. So Yannick, I'll get to you in a second, but just wave if you're good. All right.
Oh, I'm not doing a show with him.
Oh,
yeah.
maybe you are.
Right
No.
beside.
Cards
no,
come in plastic
right
holders. I've
next
seen
door,
enough of them open.
right inches away.
Yep.
Nope.
So here's Paul's just adding here. I've seen enough of the Breakers Delight here to say they're not loaded. They're just missing base. Yeah. They're pretty much focused on the inserts. Breakers Delight box. Are those the ones that have scanned to confirm hits? No. That's just general.
Is Breaker's Delight related to Rapper's Delight?
You might like it a little bit more if you did.
Yeah.
Good evening, Stuke. Great live with Rick Scott. There you go. What cage is on the Hobby High Council of Rigid Opinion? Maybe. If I want a card, I have to pay for it. I know, Bob. It's scandalous. Unless you're someone who remained nameless who might just have people pilfer it on his behalf.
Maybe.
Allegedly.
I was out for a bike ride. I don't know nothing.
Mm-hmm. Good evening, Ham.
The Wheelman.
Are you, Yannick, you good or you still need more time? All right. So real quick, I just wanted to finish. I wanted to play that clip because I thought it would be very amusing in context with the other part. So I needed to give you the ground rules on the first part. Like it's very popular, it's very exciting. So I will link this one to you. I will link this one to you so you guys have the original.
Sorry,
So
I just don't want to look at this guy there. So
all right,
there
sounds good. I'm just going to turn your mic down a little bit there, just so we can knock it down a little bit. Should be good. Yeah, no worries. It's just you're cranked up pretty high, so I'm just going to turn it down a little bit. You should be okay.
I want to say something quickly if you allow me, Carlos.
Go ahead.
I think I know now why Eric manages to go to the hospital and get access to a CT scan all the time. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's
just listen.
You gotta be telling people my secrets.
I think I know where the epicenter of crime in the hobby starts.
Yes.
Bobby, I am becoming increasingly suspicious. We thought it was 540 flips, but maybe,
Definitely 540.
I'm just saying.
maybe.
I'm thinking.
Just throwing it out there.
That bastard's the devil.
Mhm.
Mama said 540 clips is the devil.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was an effort at an accent and a movie line. So if you want to hear things that are not movie lines, you can go to AMGcollectibles.ca and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. I wanted to make sure I included that in there, but I needed to have my moment. Enjoy the K's lawyer piece. I needed to. Eric, the thing is, regardless of what happens, I get to play back that clip, and it was a lot of fun. That was all I wanted out of this. It was like, yep, because you're poor.
Because you're poor.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a
Just throwing
classic.
it out there.
Going down in history on that one.
Yep. Gatorade's better. Thank you, Dufex. That's right.
Gatorade.
So the one that I pulled that clip from was actually episode 103. That was 7 months ago. So how the tables have turned, Senor Cage. You've changed your mind. Now we need to take care of the poor. We need those
all
real
of a
collectors.
All of a sudden, it's not fair. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not fair. It's not fair. It's unjust.
Oh,
It's unjust.
6 months ago was a lifetime. So
Yeah.
These are facts. I
Yes,
cannot. This cannot be denied. Yeah, I just got a kick out of it. I absolutely loved it. I was like, look, at the end of the day, I don't care. Y'all do. What I always say is that look, box breaking is gambling. We've said this, and it is. And here's the thing: I still like opening boxes, but I am going to pick my spots. And the last boxes that I opened, I was able to get at a great price, and a price that I was comfortable with, a price that I could live with. Where if I didn't pull the crazy card, it doesn't disrupt my day.
$500 a crank.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
For $500, Bobby, at the price that I was getting the boxes that I was getting at, that was like half a case. So like I had way more kicks at the can, more bang for my buck for what I was spending $500 on.
Yeah,
especially in comparison to that. And by the way, I made money on those breaks.
Yeah,
because I was getting them at a fair price that allowed me to have a chance, and I didn't necessarily pull the craziest card. I was just able to chip away at it, sell these small little lots, and eventually get my money back.
Yeah, you had volume too to go on your side, right? So,
yeah, I gave myself a lot more chances, a lot more kicks at the can, and it allowed me to get myself. And I was able to keep a couple of cards, and it was a win-win, and everybody's happy.
Yeah.
But like I said, but otherwise, it's a gamble. And at $500 a pop, well, good luck, my friends.
gamble.
Yes, indeed.
You sit at the $5 table, the $20 table, or the $100 table. I mean, casino, right?
It is at this point. I'm going to try something a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
Yana, can you talk again?
Yeah, 1, 2. Actually, like, you know what? I'm gonna sign out. I thought like it was gonna be a good idea to be here, but I'll
Computer, and I'll come back.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
don't come back.
I wasn't asking you.
God,
Can you
I think I
mute
fixed
him?
it. I think I fixed it, Yannick, because you were getting a bunch of like static, and I think I
Yeah,
I
but
think I
that's
resolved it.
it's still terrible. I can't barely hear you guys. It's too echo in here. So I'll go
Okay,
back to
no
my
worries.
desktop. I'll be back in 5.
Got
Go for it. Get going, Yannick. I'll see you in a minute. Go for
it.
let's end the show. Let's end the show. I'll
it.
confuse the hell out.
Eric, for the sake of the like button, we cannot end the show. We have to like if I was to end the show, Bobby and I can leave, but you have to stay.
No,
Yes, you specifically, you have to stay.
No.
Yeah,
No,
pick up that book
Because
again.
AMG Collectibles demands it. They demand it of you and everyone else, and we thank AMG for supporting the channel and the podcast.
all right,
That's
I'll
right.
do it for Sherry, but that's it.
That's right.
Okay.
Damir says, because I'm one of those poors, I can't justify buying hobby boxes. Occasional retail packs are fun here, but buying singles is the way. So that exactly, Dom. That's the point I was going to make, is that for most, if you're an actual collector, look, I like opening packs. I enjoy it. It's fun.
Me too.
But it is so expensive in most instances.
I've never
that
heard anybody say that they don't like opening packs.
Oh, I'm sure there's a guy. Eric probably
Where?
hates. Eric
Where's
hates
that guy?
everything.
I need to find that guy.
Eric, literally Eric. He's almost
You
the
don't
guy.
like buying them, but you'll open them.
Oh, someone wants to give it to me for free. What the hell?
He only likes them if you slather them in mayo. That's like the only way he would ever
come
care.
on,
That's
see?
all he wants.
Why
That's
I
it.
don't like doing this stupid show. That's gross.
That's-
Lucky it's not.
Good evening,
Phil.
Carla. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's a wrap. Even Jason, what's up? What's up to you? But and by the way, if some of you want to check it out, I think Jason's doing a 4-year anniversary stream tonight. So it'll be a little later on. We're obviously started early, but I think he's a couple hours from now he'll be starting it up, if I'm not mistaken. He can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I think it is. So good on him. I think 4 years from the start of his channel, which actually, a quick side note, it led me down wondering, like, I was like, because he used the date that the channel was created. The sports card thing, I know when I started doing the sports card thing, but then I was doing videos before that, and I was sitting there like, when did I actually start the channel? I was kind of curious. I was like, oh, let me double check that. And what's funny is I didn't realize that the channel was first created in the month of July, because apparently everything is in the month of July that we're dealing. All anniversaries, birthdays, we seem to be stacked with Julys. Yeah. So July the 2nd was the date that I created the channel that we're on right now, the very channel. And it was in 2007. So the channel, the YouTube channel, is actually 17 years old.
Yeah.
So now the videos, though, don't go back quite that far. I've got a few unlisted videos when I was just using it as a video hosting source, going back to like 2009, 2010. So just a handful of those. But the first real videos didn't start until like the early 2010s, right thereabouts. And that was like a lot of the Blu-ray stuff and a lot of that.
Yeah.
But that was now well over a decade ago. But sports card content, more recent, but even still, like 2018. So even that is now 6 years. So time flies. Time flies.
You say the good old days are here now. It's a real reason.
Yep. I'll open a $10 to $20 blaster when my errands lead me to Walmart. That's fair.
I think you were right, bastard. Because
Yeah, it's a Freudian slip of the correct type.
Of the exact type, yes.
But if you can get a $10 or $20 blaster, though, that'd be fun. The problem we have is that when I go to Walmart here, the blaster's like $40, and it's like it's like 39
American
change.
conversion.
Yeah, it's just got the blasters have gotten so. It used to be $20, but it's like $40 now.
Oh.
Even for like a really crummy product, I'm like, no, this sucks. It's terrible. You're getting like 5 packs, man. I'm not paying $40 for that.
It seems that if you want to get Bedard one of ones from Upper Deck, you got to go buy them off e-packs anyway. So don't even bother.
Yeah.
Because I just saw on the Instagrams that somebody got the one of one Bedard checklist off the e-packs.
Yeah, the checklist, yes. They so if you remember, I don't know if you remember it, but Billy kind of gave away that for the $1 million Bedard, the one with the bounty, they specifically kept that out of e-pack. So that had to be available in physical products. So that one, again,
good. Yeah.
The idea was to make sure that you didn't, you gave people a reasonable chance that we're buying the physical boxes. Now after that, all bets are off. Like for like the checklist and some of the inserts, they're like,
Sure.
give the people on e-pack something. So you want to be fair. You give the people buying physical boxes something, and then you give the people on e-pack something. So in this case, they both got a chance at something, depending on which format you purchased.
Yeah.
Which I think is fair. I think that's fine.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, Carlos says, I think that's how they made the Chrome cards. They slathered them with mayo and baked them. Maybe.
Come on.
Dufix says 4 years. That's Topps gold anniversary. That's right. Anybody buy the football composite boxes? I think Neo purchased a box or two. I think that's been delayed though.
Cases. Ham, I bought 3 cases.
Only 3 cases? Peasant.
Yep, 3 cases.
Because you're poor. Because you're poor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think
Ass
Neo.
mountain.
So I think Neo bought a box or two. I forget exactly how many it was, but and I also think it's been delayed. I think it's been pushed back into August. That's my understanding. It's true. 4 years. I am a toddler. You're a teenager. Keep working on it, man. The channel will get there one day. It's 30 to 45 US, depending on the product. Blaster used to be $20 no matter what. Yep. Depending on the product, you may get slightly more or less cards to fit that. And that's the problem. Like, I understand that things are more expensive, but $20 feels right for a retail blaster. Like, it's like, yeah, $20, fine. You know, $19.97 if you're Walmart. You know, you put the 7 at the end because you have to.
Because you don't do 9s.
Yeah, but it feels better after you get past that point. Though it's even at $30, you're like,
Well, it's 40 plus tax, right? So you're at like $45, $46. You're sitting there going, damn, I thought I was going in for a $20 and I'm up 50.
Yeah. Well, but that's the problem though. You get like 5 or 6 packs. Like, it's not much of an experience, you know. It's over very quickly. Like, even the enjoyment of opening the packs doesn't last very long. It's like, and I paid $40 for this? Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they can get their money back. Well, a couple dollars.
Well, if listen, the last time that I opened some retail blasters worked out because it was at the CSC show and I got it from that bin and I pulled the dart.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
and I made my money back. I sold it right away. So I made my money back and then some. So it worked out quite well.
Yep.
And now you can buy that card back way cheaper than I sold it. So
yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's like, yeah. So even if you wanted it, like the advice we gave at the time was sound. I sold it immediately. And then, but if I want one back now, I could just buy it for like $10 or something. Like I could get back and I got
then
the
you would be
difference.
up. That's kind of good.
Yeah. Just in the cards to HGA to help improve the value. You're thinking, Paul. You're thinking.
Oh yeah.
Our good friends at HGA, Eric. So this was a good point that Paul brings here. Our good friends at HGA seem to have suspended operations. They are taking a break for now.
A break.
Yes.
A pause.
A pause. Yes.
I think the last 2 years of business has been a pause, but regardless.
Yeah.
But like more pause, like double pause.
So
Extra
if you guys got them in HGA, crack them out. And it's not going to be hard to crack them out. Trust me.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get the phrasing right if they actually posted it. Nah, it doesn't look like they posted it on the social media. I guess it's probably on the website.
Yeah, I mean, I give them credit for sticking around this long. They must still be living on.
You give them credit?
Yeah,
man throwing him a light.
Well, they managed to survive their first owner who was screwing things up left, right, and center.
My God, yeah. I mean, that guy was just.
But how deep can you dig the, you know?
I assume that they're living off the money they made during the boom, and it's finally run out. When they had a lottery to
that run out in 2022.
But they need to go away now.
Yes.
Well, listen, I'm not going to give them a hard time when they walked so the coaster maker could run, and then stop.
I might buy one just for historical significance. You know,
I want the one that is actually the
sideways,
the horizontal. Yeah, because look, the coaster of the coaster maker is an elite coaster. It is the elite coaster of the hobby. I've already said this before many a time, but that one is actually shaped like a proper coaster. Like it's actually got, it's got kind of a square thing going on. So like that's extra good. Think about it. T206 Kid says, problem is that hobby boxes exploded in price. So it's only logical blasters go to. Yes. I don't disagree. I understand. It's just, it doesn't, I understand the prices go up, but psychologically that $20 mark is like a psychological barrier when you're at like the Walmart or whatever. And you're just sitting there like like an impulse purchase. $20 feels like something I can do fairly easily. And I might grab, if I want to spend $40, I might grab 2.
Yeah.
But as soon as you're like $30, $40, like,
And how can you flip those? You can't.
cause for pause. That's right. HEA is going to be an heirloom. Maybe.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow morning, I'm going on a special tour of Tourist Park, 2 hours, hosted by Braves historian. Curious if anyone in panel has been on a similar ballpark tour. Not sure what to expect.
A tour.
A fair question. A fair question.
Now the Braves are in what city?
Bobby's favorite city in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought. I thought.
Yes.
Bobby, have you gone to Atlanta and gone for a ball?
No. The question was if anyone's been on a similar ballpark
I
tour. It
want
doesn't
to
have to
know
be
if
Atlanta.
he's been to Atlanta and gone on a ballpark tour.
I was
Bobby,
thinking
more
I would go
serious
for a
question.
wing tour because I know they have good wings.
More serious question though. Did Maple Leaf Gardens ever do tours?
No. Not that I can't be 100% sure, but I don't think I could ever remember a tour.
In the Ballard days.
It was
That's a shame.
yeah, especially in the Ballard days. Towards
the tail end, it would have made sense. Towards the tail end, would have made sense as they were approaching the time they were going to switch over. I would have, because it was a classic arena that had the history, so you could have very easily had. It didn't have to be an overly elaborate thing, but you could have given people a little tour around just so they could see it.
What's out there now? What does the building still?
McGill University
They turned it
plays, I think there.
Yeah.
And,
They turned it to a supermarket because the building is fairly large. They still have a hockey arena where a college team can play. So it's a real hockey arena, but they shrunk it down. It doesn't have to be NHL specs at that point.
Yeah.
But they have enough room left over where they also have a supermarket. So the actual building still remains intact. It still exists. But now it's got a dual use, 2 different purposes.
the Hockey Hall of Fame would have been amazing in there. Just amazing.
That is true. That is true.
That would
It
be
would have been perfect because they tore down the arena, Mutual Street Arena, where the before the Leafs played, before St. Pat's in the arena, tore it down for some condos. It's just like no historics here. Montreal's really good, Yannick, for preserving history, but here we just lucky Maple Leaf Gardens. They spend a lot of money on a lot of other stuff. They could have saved that arena, anyways. Maple Leaf Gardens will never go away.
So I never got a chance to do a tour. The timing was bad, but I was down by Boston a couple of times, and had the timing been better, I would have done a tour of Fenway.
Yeah, Fenway's
that would have been good. Yeah,
still do it. I know at one point Fenway did have tours, and you could.
I've done it.
I did a walk around. Even though we didn't have time, I actually did a walk around. So we're serious. We joke about it. I have actually been to Boston 2 separate times, visited a couple of different times, and we had fun. It was a good time and everything. It was many years ago now. My golf clubs actually came from Boston. We bought them there, and I brought them back over.
You missing golf clubs here? No, I'm just kidding.
You had 2 types of tours. You had the I was actually a little disappointed when the one that I signed up for. I thought somehow we're gonna go down to the field level, which is we did, but just to the bleachers. I thought they even a little rope set up, but apparently that's for another type of tickets pregame. So probably
a tourist delight
20
tour.
And that was in 2018. The lobster roll was $25.99.
Who
sounds right. So what I'll say,
they don't look that great. We make better lobster roll up here.
Sure. So so even though, like I said, I didn't have the chance, when we did go down, we were down by Fenway Park, and because we had a chance and we were in the area, I did a little walk around. And the advantage of look around, and this would have been late 90s. So a big dig was still going on. There was still a lot of things going on over there. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
The advantage though of doing a little walk around, a park like that, is that you can still see the old ticket box offices. So you've still got, and you can clearly see the facade of them are still intact. So you can see it. Mm-hmm. So you can kind of imagine at the time that the ballpark would have been initially using those box office. So people went up to this window and you took a little walk around, you get a chance to see a little area around it. It's very interesting. But if you could take a tour, obviously it would be an enhanced experience. It'd be a little
Did they have the top level on top of the Green Monster there? Probably not, huh?
I don't think so.
Probably
I don't think that, Eric, by 98, 99, I don't think they had that yet, right?
Probably not. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think they would have added those Green Monster seats probably would have come a little later.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that they grow all their own vegetables up there they use for the stadium? They literally have a greenhouse.
I have heard that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't been since they put the monster seats in. So,
yeah,
the last time I went was I would
Tell you the truth. If I ever
2003.
go back, there's two options that I found out. You can actually buy the level that you just get like one of those chairs, like folding chairs, like bingo chairs. You'll sit. You can actually watch the game that way. That's pretty cheap. Or I would spend the money to get the best seat because like the not the bleachers, but the concourse, forget it. That's like the shittiest bench seats ever. You got to be like 5 feet and below to be
or you can sit behind a post.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Listen, post seats are huge. Stu here says Twins have a tour by the Twins historian. He's also a collector. And we know him from card shows. Probably wouldn't be the same. There you go. A Cards H2 promo for sure. Carlisle. The company I work for at the Excel Center opened. Gave us all employees free range in the arena. Went wherever we wanted. Nice. It's cool. Cask and Flagon. Monster Seats had in 03. So thank you, TT06 Kids, for that background. Did a tour Fenway, Wrigley, and Skydome. Fenway was by far the best. I have no doubt. Skydome is kind of basic. Skydome is a circle. Like it's a concrete circle.
Oh, I guess it's probably worth to go check it out since
Well, here's the thing. Yannick, I was this.
They got a good team playing. How about that?
I was this close because the team at work was trying to arrange an outing for next week, and one of the options was a Jays game. I was like, perfect, great, sounds good. And I got outvoted. I was like, damn it. If you guys are paying for it, I'm in. Let's go.
Those beers are expensive. Huh.
Hey, listen,
Oh, it's ridiculous. I saw a shot.
I tried pitching it. I tried pitching it so hard.
Someone took a shot of all the prices, and it's
ridiculous.
like over 30. It's like $33 for basically like nachos and
so they don't sell much, but if they would cut the price in like a third to realistic prices, they would sell tons.
Well, the problem is, Bobby, they do sell tons. You would think, oh, $30. They don't. No, I'll watch people grab 8 of them at a time, and I'm like,
they would sell mega tons.
You have Breaker's Delight money, I guess. Like I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I guess.
And I believe Fenway now sells hard alcohol. I know that. I think that came up a couple of years ago, where you can get liquor now, not just beer.
Yeah, and you think ballpark prices, and then you think the markup that is traditional with liquor, $100 trillion.
Probably.
You mean for one shot? For one shot, yes, for one shot. Yeah, unless you're asking for the good stuff, then we got.
We got the special prices.
You wish for the days of Breaker's Delight.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
you guys get cool stuff this week, or little like 70s baseball ticket stubs.
Right.
I got 1. I got 2. So back in the 70s here, the Montreal Expo had double ace. So that's where actually triple ace. Sorry. So Dawson played here, Steve Rogers, Gary Carter. And there's some Nordiques from the WHA year, Cougars there. And that one, I think, is 1980. And you get, so first year, 1979-80, first year NHL.
Yep.
They're cool. They're cheap. I like them.
Yep. T206 Kid here says, Old Yankee Stadium had a great tour. Very good. And that would be a good tour, actually, because that stadium had a lot of history. So you could definitely talk it up, no problem. Pittsburgh Pirates have a garden for the chef, and the players to the stadium also. Carlos says, if you had a time machine, you could go back and watch a regular season game in any stadium, ballpark in the world, when and where would you go? So I think this is kind of interesting. So you could go the historical angle. You could go with like a personal thing angle. So I'll give a second answer. It says go back and watch a regular season game in any stadium, ballpark in the world. So
any
I'm
sport?
give any stadium or ballpark in the world. There was no sport specified.
Sorry.
Yeah. So I'll give one. I'll give 2 answers. One would be more like thought through in terms of a specific place I would like to check out. But one of them is a little more sentimental. If I could go back, if I had a time machine, I would actually like to go back and watch the first Jays game I actually watched. Because the first one I went to, that was in 91, September 91. The Jays were a year away from winning the World Series and everything. But the first game I went and attended, it would have been Cal Ripken's MVP year, But I would love to have gone and watched that game. And we were up in the 500 seats because at that time the dome sold out all the time, so it was tougher. But I would love to check out that game from like the lower vantage point, like go and check out the same game that I visited, and that would be personal for me. But other than that, there's some great historical parks that would be kind of cool to check out. Ebbets Field, I think, is a good call out. One that I would pick out though, I would love. So that one was personal, but one that I would love to check out from a historical perspective. I would love to check out a game, a Giants game at the oh shoot, the name suddenly escapes me.
That's exactly what I'm trying to think right now.
Hold on, Jesus.
The Horseshoe Stadium there.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know why I'm suddenly blanking on the name.
New York Giants played there. Willie Mays did the catch there. What is it?
Polo Grounds.
Polo Grounds.
Yeah, Polo Grounds. Thank you. That's the one I was looking for. So I don't know why, for some reason, my brain blanked out on it. But I would love to check out a Giants game during their apex at the Polo Ground, because the Polo Grounds is so weird. Like it's so deep. The park is so deep in center field that it's like, you hit it 450 feet. You didn't clear the fence. You got to hit it further. So it's such a weird park. It would be cool to watch a game where somebody hits it deep in like the deepest part of the park and doesn't leave the park, but you've got enough space. You can try to run around the bases. You might have a shot. And I think at one point they had the flagpole in center field, and it was in play technically because it's 500 feet away. Like it was like the dimensions. It was five. Like you have to destroy the ball just to get over there, so you even have a shot at making contact. But it was technically in play, which is crazy. Like that would be fascinating. I think that. So from a historical perspective, I think that'd be really cool. I'd love to check one out in the Polo Grounds.
There you go.
So you went baseball.
Okay. Yeah, for me, like if I'm going to an old school ballpark, baseball's my thing. That would be my preference.
I think everybody knows what I would go and do. The thing that has scarred me the most in my entire sporting life, I would go and try to fix that. I would be screaming and trying to fix that mess.
They would take you away.
The Hindenburg-like ending or the 86 World Series?
I would go to the 86 World Series Shea Stadium, and before Mookie Wilson got up to the plate, I'd scream to Bill Buckner, "Close your goddamn bags!"
There you go.
You throw him a goalie stick.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do I do with this?
Yeah, that's what I'd do.
Who's London?
Yeah, exactly. Who's this guy? Carlisle says I would watch Jim Craig's professional debut, the Omni in Atlanta in 1980. Again, in brackets. There you go.
Atlanta.
That's the only. That's the only time Jim Craig had an exciting NHL career. Was his first game after
basically,
because after he was not good. He was not a good NHL goalie.
No.
Yeah.
Did good in the Olympics.
There's some good ones here.
Yeah.
We got some good ones here. Talked about that. Polo Grounds. Go watch Christy Masters pitch. Absolutely. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
You can watch John McGraw manage. There'd be some interest in that, especially since he said regular season. Just the novelty of being able to watch. Like a lot of the ballparks today don't have the quirkiness. So you lose out on some of that. That's why I say, like, when I'm thinking Polo Grounds, just the visual of it being so strange in its design in itself makes it interesting. It adds something immediately to the game. Just being able to watch and go, like, if somebody hits it down that way and the fielder has to try to track it down and they have to work with this cavernous outfield. It's crazy.
I think I would choose. See, we have a thing right off the lake, Ontario. There's a thing called the Island, and actually, there was a field there back in the, I think, 20s, and I'd like to see Babe Ruth because I heard he played a few games there, so I'd love to see him play there. That'd be awesome. I heard that he hit a ball and it went into the water because it was pretty close by the time he hit the ball. So, anyways, that would be kind of cool.
I agree
because he did play in Toronto. Well, Canada.
Yeah. Rock Latex here says the bullpens weren't playing the outfield Polo Grounds. Yeah, yeah. That's what I said. Like the advantage of quirky old ballparks is they've got weird setups. It's like you got bullpens in play. You got a flagpole in play. So if you hit the ball in various different areas, it creates very strange scenarios. everybody has to be paying attention because it could go anywhere and all kinds of crazy, wacky things can happen.
Yeah.
The Fenway, you can never have a true sellout at Fenway because they have shut for forever, have put a black tarp on some outfield seats that if you're hitting, it's straight center field. And they have a black tarp over the seats because when there's fans there, the hitters can't see the ball.
Really?
So,
Yeah, it's a batter's eye. Yeah, it's a batter's eye to help them.
So for all those years that the Fenway, had that fake, and it was a total BS record. I promise you of that. But they had this crazy record for like 10 years straight of sellouts. They never had a sellout because they didn't fill all the seats because not all the seats are available.
Officially.
Gotcha. And trust me, as fans, we were laughing at that, sellout streak because you watch the games or people would go to the games and the place is half filled or half empty, depending how you look at it. And they would announce, this is our 4,000th game in a row where we've had a sellout, breaking the record. And it's like, there's no one here. But it was all corporate stuff. The tickets were bought, or the Red Sox bought them themselves, so they can have this stupid sellout streak go on. Then finally it got so ridiculous. They finally stopped bailing themselves out and the streak ended.
Scandalous.
I got two.
Go for it.
Historically, I'll go with the Black Sox. So the 1919 World Series, Comiskey Park.
Then you can come back.
So Comiskey. I was going to say, which one of the teams? You're going to go with the actual Black Sox or the other?
Red.
I think it was Cincinnati.
I think that
Which one you got bet on?
The Black Sox, but the 2 or 3 games. Anyway, you're
going to lean over and be like, "Hey guys, I think I know who's going to win."
Yeah.
I got a hot tip.
Hot tip.
And the other one was
you look sneaky.
September 29, 2004, Montreal Expos last game ever at the stadium.
Fair.
It's kind of the Leafs' last game too at the Gardens.
The stadium is it's like a toilet bowl, but it's still there and it is what it is.
Yannick, it will never leave. They pay too much for it. They go, I don't care if it's a derelict. We can't get rid of it. We paid for it.
$2 billion plus on that thing. They're just putting another $600 million right now to make like the concrete ring at the very top. So it's ridiculous. They could build a stadium with the money they're pulling at that dump. Think about it.
I am thinking about it, and I'm trying not to just cackle for several minutes.
Government spends their money very well.
I'm just really upset with Yannick because he said he was going to pick 2, right? And he picked, the Black Sox. Okay, great. And I really thought the other one was going to be, I thought the other one was, a definite in the bag, going to be, November 2022, Air Canada Center, Boris Salming night, and going to see the game with my best friend Eric. That's what I thought he was going to do.
That's
no one is your best
game.
That's
a hockey game. You didn't get like the.
Like that's what I thought he was going to say, that he'd won like.
Go back. If I could have break the rules, I would have go back in time.
Yannick,
I just
all
right. Both of you, quiet. Quiet.
You dare to ball me a ball cap from the Leaf, so you sold that night. You sold. You wear a Leaf jersey.
We know this. Yannick. It just said stadium ballpark. It didn't say hockey. It didn't say baseball. It didn't say anything.
He doesn't know the rules.
There's no stadiums. We call them arenas. So,
yeah.
I think mom should get up. I think mom should get upstairs right now, open that door, and throw a sock at it.
Well, I think he's in a basement. I don't think he's. I think upstairs will work. I think it's a different situation. Anyway, I wasn't even born in '86, and I was laughing. Yes. I wasn't even born in '86 and was still laughing at Eric when the Mets won. As we all
that's real nice. That's real nice.
Hey, listen, man, I don't know what to tell you. Carlos says, now I'm thinking I should watch the '86 Masters. $1.50 beer. Nicholas rolls for the last time. Solid.
There you go.
That's all.
Going sporting event. There's so many options.
Enjoyed Oracle Park, great view of the bay. That's right. As a Yastrzemski guy, I'd like to see him at the height of his powers in '67, playing meaningful pennant games against the Twins. Fair.
7, the Red Sox. Yeah.
Yes.
Suk says that was the last game the North Stars played in the Met Center. First game of the Wild played at the Excel Center. Nicely done.
Okay, well, now if we're going hockey, I was at the Quebec Nordiques last game here in the Coliseum.
You were?
I was, actually. I used to volunteer. Like, we didn't get paid. Like, we were doing distributing flyers and freebies and stuff before the game or after the game. We didn't get paid, but you can sit anywhere you wanted. So
nice.
You got to see the whole, like, the 40-some games they play. I did that 2 years. So.
Nice.
That was pretty cool.
Dom here says, super cool, Scott. I've witnessed a lot of great things as a Sox fan. We wish we could have seen him play. Rock Latex here says, anybody want to go to 10-cent beer night in Cleveland?
Nope.
I can't imagine what could possibly go wrong.
Nope.
And I bet if you,
beer is
I bet if
probably
you hate,
tasty.
And I don't want to go to disco night either.
Roller disco.
Because
I can't imagine what could possibly go wrong.
Bad.
It was funny. It was funny they mentioned that, though. It was funny that Rock Latex mentioned this because I actually watched a YouTube video this week that talked about, different why MLB changed its policy on like fans running in, and kind of gave a history of a lot of the different times where fans ran in different times. And of course, 10-cent beer night and disco night were two of the ones that are like, and after this, the police presence was escalated. It's like, no kidding. You don't say. Quite the special
I got
time.
$17. How many beers is that?
Not even one.
Yeah. No, I had 10-cent beer night. Sorry.
On 10-cent beer,
10-cent beer night.
A lot of beer.
Yep.
Yeah. In those days, they didn't have smart serve. They didn't cut you off.
I'm buying for the
Oh,
section.
there was none of that. There was no
500
drinking.
level. I'll buy it. I'll drink.
You used to get plastered on the ship, on the Navy ship, for $10. Like, not even a question. Like, you would have to wheel you out on a wheelbarrow.
Yeah,
They have
but that
little
kind of
bit
plays into
on
that plays
ships.
into what we said earlier tonight, though. I was saying that from Bobby's comment earlier. I was saying there are people. It wasn't. I haven't been down to the Dome recently. It's been a couple of years now, but when I was there, the beers were still comfortably north of $20. Now, obviously, after the renovations and everything, Rogers like, we will extract that out of your hide, so they increased it another like $10. But even at $20 a beer, you saw people hell bent on like, I am going to get drunk on this at $20 a pop. And I'm like, sir, you are devoting a mortgage payment to this because it's just going to cost a fortune. Fortune.
No, insanity.
And it was like, dude, like you could literally spend your money on almost anything. Look, as this show has made clear, like I'm finishing this cola first, but as this show makes clear, I enjoy sitting down and having my beverages. I enjoy sitting down and having my beer. And when I go to the baseball game, I would love to, but I also don't want to take out a second mortgage to be able to afford a beverage. And heaven forbid I eat anything.
Sure.
Like I can't. It
afford to eat anything.
It's like I can't. It's not going to happen. Don't want to go to the 89 World Series in San Francisco either. Fair. Well, was it in the San Francisco side or the Oakland side where the earthquake came? Because it was the 89 World Series, they had the earthquake. Were they in San Francisco or were they at the Coliseum?
They were in San Fran.
I think
was it in San Fran? Okay.
So, I watched the game live.
Yeah, that was crazy. I remember that. I watched it too.
And that's 3 years after the Sox lost, so I hadn't completely, totally, I guess, given up on baseball 3 years later. And
wait, pause. Point of order.
Yes.
We need hold on, everyone collectively. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the moment. We need a moment of zen. We need to discuss something. And Eric is being muted for this because Bobby, yes. Yannick, and I will discuss.
Yeah.
We have just received a retcon. We've received a retcon of some BIC lore of times past. We have been told for the longest time, and Yannick, correct me if I'm wrong on this, we have been told in no uncertain terms that after the 86 World Series, Eric, man of principles, man of, I believe in things I believe in, totally. After the 86 World Series, he says, after that, I hate baseball. And it sounded exactly like that. That's what it sounded like.
No more baseball ever.
And now we are hearing the words that someone watched the 1989 World Series. 3 years later, he was watching the baseballs, and it didn't even involve the Boston Red Sox.
Mm-hmm.
How interesting, how fascinating. What else would this man lie about? What else? What kind of a thievery caper could he be capable of? What kind of crimes could he have committed, allegedly, if he would lie about something like this?
Do you see how he tried to creep it in? It wasn't like, he was like, oh shit, maybe I'm saying something I shouldn't be saying, but he kept talking.
It was subtle, like a sledgehammer to the face.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. Eric, what do you have to say for yourself?
A complete, truthful, totally truthful
lie.
I stopped watching regular season. I stopped watching.
Pause.
Now
now he's moved the goalpost. Now it's regular season.
Yeah.
The postseason's okay. Well, but San Francisco looks really nice. It looks like really nice in the thing. I bet the weather's great. Like
you should have turned your head to the left, Eric.
Oh, but
it would have been better.
Listen, I want to watch Jose Canseco. I'm a big Will Clark fan. Huge Will Clark fan. Love that guy. He was great.
I should have a system here with a yellow card and red card for it.
Yes. We'll invoke soccer penalties upon you.
Well, how about like weird, no one gives a shit sport? Eric does about
mountain biking.
Wait, mountain biking is not a shit sport.
You're right. It's not even a sport.
Every time.
It's not even a sport.
It's like get on the bike and go down the hill. Doesn't matter the result, apparently.
Gentlemen. To be fair, in order for mountain biking to be a shit sport, it would first need to be a sport.
It's in the Olympics.
So is ballroom dancing, Eric.
Carlos, do you think mountain bike falls under the F1 category?
All right.
I think so.
Can I just finish this one thing? Okay.
You can finish it, Eric. I will allow you to finish it after I finish reading these comments. Okay. I will finish reading 4 comments, and then I will allow you to finish. Fine. Kathy here says, Yannick, would you like me to put rocks in those? Yeah, damn right, Kathy. Get on it.
Please.
Come on.
From his own yard.
Jeff confirms it was Candlestick. Saddle says, we retcon the retcon. That's right. Look, we have learned something. This is canon now. We have learned something new tonight, and it has completely changed our perception on everything. For henceforth, Yannick, I shall refer to him by his God-given name, baseball lover Bougie Eric.
Baseball expert.
You've seen play in person.
Well, because listen, it's actually the woman in the chat's fault.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I hate baseball. I'm done. My heart's been ripped out and stomped on. It's not my fault that my parents, would put on the Super Bowl, would put on the World Series, the NBA Finals.
Oh, there you go. Now the blame on the parents.
All right. So if you want to blame somebody, you blame the lady in the chat because she's the one that put the game on. All right. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, we watch Dukes of Hazzard? No, we gotta watch the World Series. Fine. So I'm sitting there. Next thing you know, the camera starts shaking and the Bay Bridge collapses. It was a crazy night.
And then you turn it back to Daisy Duke.
I never wanted to turn off from Daisy Duke. All right. Friday nights was Dukes of Hazzard night. I don't want to watch this crap. But I watched the World Series in '89.
See?
Camera all of a sudden started to shake and everything went to shit. It was crazy.
It was.
And it was her fault, not mine. Okay? We only had one TV in the house. Whatever the parents put on, I had to watch.
They just slapped you behind the head, and then Eric would go and change channel.
Yes, and
that explains a lot.
And she, listen, I had to change it with a pair of pliers because the little handle fell off, so we couldn't lose the pliers.
You were so poor,
because we were poor, right? So we had the needle nose pliers. That I have to get. Don't change the channel. I have to get up, get the.
All right, I'm bored now. I'm ready to move on. So Carlos says, greatest athlete. Yeah. Greatest athlete you've seen play in person. I think this is an interesting one. I like this. Greatest athlete you've seen play in person. Interesting. Interesting. I'm trying to think.
It's Hero for me.
See, the thing is, there are some good ones. I'd almost be inclined to pick one of the, like, I've been to some football games, and I had some fun with that. And there are some great athletes that play football. I think the problem with it, baseball wise, I enjoy the game. I could talk about the greatest hitter I've seen play, because I got a chance to see, because I got a lot of tickets when they did interleague, and I got to see Barry play. I got to see a lot of the, I got to see Griffey at the Dome, so I got to go to a lot of games there. And some of the guy has some of the best swings. Like, I just enjoyed watching it. It was a good time. I did watch a little bit of the basketballs, but I'm not a big fan of that. Not a big thing for me. UFX here says Bo knows. I wish I could have seen Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson would automatically win that. If Bo Jackson had been an option when I got a chance to watch some games, I would have loved that.
Yep.
I feel like there were a couple of football games that I got a chance to see in Buffalo. I have to think back on some of the teams that were there, but I'm sure probably there's a couple there that I would probably at least be in the running for me, because there were some great players there that would qualify, because it's greatest athlete that you've seen play in person. In person kind of limits it to whatever games you made it out to. Most of the games I attended were baseball games. So I could tell you about the greatest hitters I got a chance to see, some of the greatest fielders I got a chance to see. But overall athlete, top to bottom, I would look at some of these other sports. That would probably be my direction that I would take. But I think it's a great question. I think it's a good one. Paul says, Kathy, give this bastard mayo cookies for a month. Facts.
No, Paul, come on.
Carlos says, Dukes of Hazzard off the air in 1985. Eric's tape is never off the air.
They had repeats.
Daisy Duke, Jose Canseco. Eric knows. Number 2. Kathy says, it's never your fault. Don't poke the bear. You tell him, Kathy. You tell him, Kathy.
She knows.
Jordan for me, T206 kids. But did you see him in person? That's important, because the qualifier is in person. That's important.
I mean, I saw Jordan play tons of times, but it was
exactly. But that's what I'm saying. I could have picked Bo Jackson. I could have picked a bunch of guys. If we're talking about just seeing in general, sure. Yep. But in person is the qualifier. Got to be in person.
Hockey, I qualify for many, but at the same time, like you, Carlos, like I saw 2 full home seasons, so I can clearly remember Gretzky, Mark Messier, Adam Oates, Peter Forsberg years, so Ray Bourque. I'm forgetting a few.
Yeah, it's fair. Stuck here says he's got some here. Gretzky / Lemieux, Jordan, Brett Favre. Baseball here is a couple of names: Puckett, Cabrera, Yaz, Ripken, Jeter. Yeah. So a couple of those I can also include because I saw a lot of games in the Dome in person. So it was fun. Going to as many games as I got to go to back then, you got a chance to see, because what you could do back in the day was they would have these 10 and 20 ticket packages, but before they started doing like, oh wait, the Yankees are premium games, so they would bump those up price wise. They could be like, 10 games, whichever ones you want, or 15 games, whichever ones you want. So you'd be like, okay, I want a Yankees game, I want a Red Sox game, I want this. You could cherry pick some of the best teams. If the interleague had somebody, that's why I got a chance to see Bonds and I got a chance to see some of these players. I'm like, great, yeah, I'm definitely going to include a game. I want to see San Francisco as part of the 3-game series. I'll go watch Bonds play a little bit. And that's how you got to take advantage of it and be able to see all these different players that otherwise you don't get a chance to see, and get a chance to see them in person, which was really fun.
So I'm sitting here thinking, like, who's the biggest stars, because obviously, being here in Boston, there's a lot of big stars that have played here or come through here. So I would say the ones that I was most excited about and seeing, like, the GOATs, right? I saw Gretzky play a bunch of times. I saw Lemieux play on my birthday.
Ziggy Palffy.
You saw Ziggy Palffy play, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Hal Gill.
Go to Goats.
Hal Gill. Saw Hal Gill play numerous times.
Elite. Top tier.
But the one, now you have to think about the year 1999. Okay? And this athlete, we're not talking about how you feel about him now. I'm talking about it's 1999. He just won his first Tour de France. Wow. and he comes to Mount Snow, Vermont, shortly after
I can't wait.
to race mountain
The
biking.
Mount Snow, Vermont.
To race mountain biking in the Northern National Championships. And I got to see for like 3 days straight Lance Armstrong race in 1999. It was a freaking madhouse.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So
where's Lance now?
Yeah. Well, that's again, think 1999. How big?
You know, Eric. Nowadays, you can watch. You can order Peloton, and you can just watch people on a bike.
My wife has one of those. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, just saying.
He had his own line of equipment too, didn't he? Was it something strong?
Yeah, Live Strong. Yeah,
Live Strong, but that's his
Live
cancer.
Strong, Die Hard, something.
Yeah,
it was later, I think.
That's his cancer foundation.
What if he needed steroids to fight his cancer, Eric?
Yes.
How dare you deny this man his medicine?
More likely the steroids caused his cancer, but anyways, that again. Yeah, bad guy, total asshole, cheater, scumbag.
Wow.
Yeah,
Not so fella, huh? Wow.
1999, he just won his first tour. It was a goddamn madhouse watching that guy race for 3 days.
We call it Anarchy 99.
Yeah.
So Double D here. Good evening. Has Kelly Slater. That's a good one off the board there. The interesting one. Paul says, Carlisle says, watched Michael Jordan in person playing golf in a pro-am. Nonetheless, you did see him in person.
I've never seen Jordan.
It counts. We'll allow it.
Yep.
Seen a lot of starters, but
saw Jordan in person, December 20th, 1997. Was 10 years old against the New Jersey Nets. He had 24 points. Rodman had 20 rebounds. Nice.
You were 10 years old. I was engaged.
Well, we've established you're old. Jeff here says Jordan, a few at the Palace. Yep. Lemieux versus the North Stars and Wild. Fair. Did see a game Nets versus Bullets in 97. Sean Bradley versus George Murasan. Battle of the Giants. Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
The athlete I saw in person that mesmerized me as a child was Meadow Lark Lemon.
Yeah, you know who that is,
I did see them. The Globetrotters were amazing.
I did too. Yep.
Nice.
Yep. What was it? Curly and
Curly.
I had watched some of the I guess that run of those guys, Meadow Lark Lemon and Curly and all the other guys. They were really good. I saw them probably twice.
And they were on Gilligan's Island, and they were on Scooby Doo. So they were everywhere. Yeah, the Globetrotters were.
They even had their own. They had their own cartoon, did they not?
I think so. Yeah,
I think they did. But I know they were cartoon characters on Scooby Doo, and they did we were on a few times. So yeah. It was just.
It was after Fat Albert or something.
It was probably right. Yeah.
The Globetrotters don't have the excitement they once did. But when I was a kid, the Globetrotters were a big deal.
Well, you got to remember though, like at the time, there was a while where the Globetrotters was where black players that were good got a chance to showcase their skills and actually got a chance to play and participate and basically put on shows. After a while, though, the NBA became a place where if you're really that good, you can just go to the NBA. Like it's available to you now.
And the play changed, obviously. So they were doing stuff back then that they do actually today. A lot of playing around and stuff like that.
Yeah, and even like a place like the ABA, because of their kind of free-flowing style, because it was more open, it kind of bridged the gap. So you kind of lost some of the advantage. The Globetrotters could do things a certain way for put on a show different than what the regular NBA was. But then the ABA shows up and they've got a little bit, they can have a little more fun. They developed the dunk contest. They were able to add these aspects to it. And all of a sudden you lose some of the differentiator. Then you're not different enough from the regular. It's like, oh, well, I can just watch the league and watch some really great players. And yeah, they're still going to do some fun stuff. They're not necessarily going to do skits, but they're still going to do a little bit more than just the basic fundamental. They'll put on a little bit of a show. So you're still getting that aspect of it.
Well, the ABA was sort of like the WHA for hockey.
Yeah. And by the way, I do appreciate that Meadowlark Lemon sounds an awful lot like lemon. I wonder if there's a connection.
I wonder if you would start collecting Meadowlark Lemon.
I should.
You should?
I bet Leaf could find one picture to show for him.
Sure.
For all time. One picture.
Why not?
Bob Boozle here. Good evening, Bob. I think I saw you earlier, but maybe if I didn't, just in case, good evening. Saw Tom Baby play. What a baby. See, I could have included this one, but the caveat was athlete.
Yeah.
That's why I ignored it.
Hmm.
But I did see the Patriots in Buffalo. Just saying.
I have never been to a professional football game.
Really?
Nope, never have, never wanted to.
Why not? It's actually pretty good.
It's
Football's fun.
Unless you because I'm too poor. Unless you have really good seats, you have a better experience watching football at home. Like hockey needs to be seen live, but football needs to be watched at home.
Oh, the problem is I can't speak for Gillette, but I don't know if it's still called Gillette, but
it is.
I'll say Ralph Wilson Stadium, you could get pretty decent seats, very, very reasonably priced, and the vantage point, the view was great. Like you could see everything you need to see. We never tried for the Patriots one, we were on the upper bowl, but we were around the 50. So the reality was we could watch the entire
everything.
We missed everything was clear, no problem there. Which was actually a pretty hot ticket. Like we could have resold those tickets and gotten pretty good money for them because the Patriots were still in the middle of their big run. And the stadium itself wasn't the greatest thing in the world, but it also wasn't terrible. Like it was fine. Some of the stuff was pretty reasonable. We were able to have a good time. The tailgating was fun. It was a good time. The tailgating was enjoyable. Also, a lot of the folks honestly were a good time and it was chill and we were able to go there and watch the game. And we went down to Buffalo for a couple of games and it was a lot of fun depending on who you got to watch play. Now, the only time it wasn't great is when my buddy got it in his head because for some bizarre reason, he enjoyed booking at least one of the games around November and December. And I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. It's like, it's Buffalo and we're outside. It's cold.
Not cool.
No, it's very cool, Eric. Super cool. Could not be cooler.
Yeah,
right. Take that now.
I remember one specific time we went. At that time, I had what was probably dubbed the thermo hoodie because it was literally this thermo completely closed off hoodie. And we were sitting there, we were drinking so much that eventually we lost, speaking of drinking, we drank enough that eventually we no longer felt the cold. But it was cold enough that the label literally got enough condensation that the label literally just slipped off the bottles. And I'm like, okay. We're gonna die.
Pretty much.
Yep. I'm not completely convinced I didn't die, but yet I continue trudging on as the zombie I am. So T206 Kid says best football player I saw in person was Michael Strahan. Came to a party city I worked at years ago for Pinata. Does that count? Maybe. You did see him in person.
Maybe. Party city
Bob Gibson. Yeah, Bob Gibson was a Harlem Globetrotter for a bit. Fair. Saw Larry Hennig, Jim Brunzell, Nick Bockwinkel. Love some Nick Bockwinkel reference. Golf. Brunzell was in my group. Bockwinkel awarded me a new golf bag for a prize. I like it, Stu. I like it.
Do you still have it?
Oh,
Eric,
I
did you
got
win those
couples.
What's that?
I got to see a live Fred Couples game. They came for a skins game in Victoria.
They used to do the skins games, and they would get some good players from time to time.
I can't remember the other guy, but he was good too. Like I forgot the name, but I got to actually shake his hand and see him playing Fred Couples. It was pretty cool. He's been for like 4 decades plus, man. He's there. Like
Fred Couples had a very smooth swing. He was very good. He was very good.
Was it Tom Kite?
I think he might have played his last master, or he's got maybe one kind of. He said,
he's been on the Legends tour now for years. Like Fred Couples was in his apex back in the 80s and early 90s. Eric, did you win those printing plates of Reggie?
No, I don't own any printing plates from anything. They don't interest me.
They're not attractive for the most part.
I don't like them. I've seen them for years.
If Reggie was at least a star or something, then the plates are.
Bobby, why you gotta be mean? Why you gotta hurt me?
I'm just being honest.
It's literally our
sport.
Like
he's Gordie Howe. It's not like he's Terry Sawchuk. Plates of those guys sell okay, but the other people, it's just nobody cares. But if you can match it to a rare postcard or something like that, then they become more significant. Otherwise, plates are just nobody wants them.
Your face is more significant.
It is. True.
I was just here. I was just here for the Eric slander.
Mhm.
Reggie White scared me to death watching him sack Jim Everett. I've never seen someone's eyes so big. There you go. Thank you, Philly Joe. Bob Boozle has got a power ranking, so I'm going to read this here. Haven't been to a hockey game. It is very good, by the way. If you go to a hockey game in person, it's very good. And by the way, you don't have to go to the NHL level. You can go to an AHL game. Like there's some, you can have a lot of fun. Very good hockey. You can have a good time.
College
And very reasonable, very respectable, very respectable.
Yep.
Yeah. But I rank number 1, pro wrestling. Number 2, baseball. I'm going to say, no, wait, it looks like basketball. I'm going to say basketball. I might misread it. Number 3, baseball. Number 4, mud wrestling. Fair. Number 5, football. So Bob Boozle. Now, Carl asked the correct question. Pro wrestling. What's that? Is that like pro wrestling? Wrestling? Valid question. Maybe it's an offshoot. Stuke says Johnny Bench picked up a store model bat at my table at the Roger Maris weekend to tell his posse he was a store model bat. And he says I still got the golf bag.
Very good.
There you go. Lou Brock and Fergie Jenkins from Globetrotters as well. Yeah, they had a lot of athletes there. Technically went to a few PGA championships. Tigers following was massive, no doubt. Especially at the biggest power is crazy.
Yeah.
That's like, and again, you have to think of the year 1999. You know, Lance Armstrong.
And 1999, yes.
Listen, I can only imagine, Eric, I can only imagine if I had seen Lance Armstrong in 1999, I know exactly what I was said to him. Move the fuck out of my way. I'm getting a drink.
No, I don't think
no, I would. Like he's literally some rando. I don't
he
care.
was the most famous athlete on the planet at that time.
Mhm.
I assure you in 1999 I had no
And then
idea who
after,
Armstrong was.
he was the most famous.
Yeah, it was. I assure you in 1999 I in no time is a bicyclist man.
I
He's
am
the
not,
most famous athlete in the world.
I am not arguing any of that other stuff. The guy's a complete tool. But I'm talking
We're
about
not. We're just having fun.
the summer of 1999. He was the biggest athlete on the planet.
Yeah, Nick, do you remember our Lance Armstrong watch parties in the summer of '99? I don't.
No.
I don't recall.
I have no opinion on this.
All right. Ham
give
says,
it up
I'll
to
send you
go-
the Carlos printing plate. #Grail.
I give up
I
the
do
opportunity
actually,
to
but I
dig a
won't
ditch.
stop.
Wes here. Good evening. Did someone say Reggie? Lemon. That's right.
That's
That
right.
would be it for me in golf. Last PGA in Minnesota, lost in the playoff. Nice. All those
Thank
things
God
putting last-
Reggie never got tested back then.
Yeah.
Mm.
Right?
Pablo
Eric?
says,
Yeah.
listen, if Reggie had been legit, if he had been clean, he would have been about the size of an action figure.
Pretty
We
much.
all know that he bulked up on the juice, man.
I know.
The good news is none of us could pronounce his name correctly at the time, so he kept skating. It's like, I want you to test who? Test the Lululemon guy. Are
It's
you
not
sure it's the
true.
Lululemon guy?
It's not true. Don't listen to them. Everything will be.
Mhm.
You
See,
don't-
that picture is life size.
you
It
don't
is.
have to
That's
listen
what he
to-
was before he went on his regimen.
No, just
Regimen. Whoa. Whoa.
He's got some
Regimen,
80s
lemon,
vitamins, brother.
lemon,
He's got some
lemon.
80s vitamins and prayers, brother.
Put
they're just jealous.
the
of-
earmuffs, Eric. Put the earmuffs on.
Yeah.
Regiment lemon.
All right, I'm going to finish reading these comments. Bob Uzo says, all those lists putting Lance Armstrong the greatest athlete of the year and need to apologize to Michael Jordan. That's right. Damn right. Lance Armstrong hit peak popularity in 2004 with those Livestrong bracelets. I remember the Livestrong bracelets. That part. At no point was Lance a top 10 athlete. Facts, Paul.
No, that's ridiculous.
He
Okay.
wasn't even a top 10 Lance. Speaking of tools, Eric, any new knives? Eric's going to stab himself if we keep slandering cycling somewhere.
I don't remember if I. Oh, all right. So we had Prime Day, and I ordered 2 new knives off
For
Amazon.
a moment, I heard Crime Day, and I was going to go back to the Dallas car show. Go on.
No, I want to answer Mike's question. I tried to buy 2 new knives off of Amazon Prime, and for some reason, they, due to Massachusetts law, they could not sell them to me.
Why?
I don't know. They were the proper.
Don't
blade-
you buy knives all the time?
Not through Amazon. I've never have.
Oh,
It was
really?
Prime Day, so I was like, these 2. You know, I've been looking at these 2 for a bit, done my research, saw some YouTube videos. You know, the experts like them. Like, all right, cool. I'll buy these 2.
Mhm.
You know, they're on sale. And when I tried to pay for them, they wouldn't let it happen. So thank you, Massachusetts, being absolutely ridiculous that you can't purchase pocket knives through the mail with Amazon.
All I'm hearing is that Eric is on a watch
Hello?
list. That is what I'm hearing right now.
What happened?
I don't know. You guys went
took
away
a
for a moment, but I have no
break.
idea. I just went to get a quick refill, but I'm not sure what happened to you guys. So Wes here says, so like I said, what I heard from Eric is that he's on a watch list. That's what I heard. And Amazon knows about it.
Sorry.
Possibly.
Just saying. Wes says Armstrong had a bicycling store here called Johnny Mellows, and they don't tell anyone he owns it. Interesting.
It's
Johnny
all
Mellows.
right. First of all, it's Mellow Johnny's. All right, so it's Mellow Johnny's.
What more do you know about it?
Too
Tell
much,
us more.
Eric. You know way too much.
It is not a hidden fact. I'm sorry.
The restraining orders run deep.
It's Mellow Johnny's.
I prefer Mellow Yellow. Go on.
It's in Austin, Texas.
I like Johnny Mellows better.
It is not a secret that Lance Armstrong owns it, and it comes from Mellow Johnny's is taken from the words the Maillot Jaune. I just did French, and Frenchy left, which is the jersey.
So that we're all on the same page. So is this place, this bicycling store,
Yes.
is that the front where people can get treatment like Reggie Lemon? Is that where you went to go from action figure size to human size
Maybe.
after his treatments?
I think his treatments caused his cancer, so that's.
I was talking about Reggie.
Oh, you leave Reggie like you leave Reggie's name out of your mouth.
No, I won't. I will not. Thanks for asking, though. I will not.
Him and Rick
Armstrong is the
Moranis.
number 3 PED guy behind McGuire and Sosa at 99. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Carlisle says, I saw Tiger win his first major. It was my first Masters Sunday. Nice. And I think that was 96. That was the year. I got the ticket because no one was interested in going because he had such a big lead. No way they'd do that again. Oh, absolutely not. No. Not when somebody's setting records. That was a record Masters performance for him at that time.
See, golf
they
is
look
best
up
to watch on TV. It's not really it's nice to be there, but walking around with everybody, it's slow.
Yes. The thing is, because you've got the entire course, like there's some places where you can go and sit, where you can go sit in the stands and stuff. Like say you go to the 18th hole. But the problem is then you're only getting one little vantage point. The advantage with the broadcast is you can follow your favorite players as they, especially if they're in contention, you can follow them shot by shot and keep track of what's going on. You get the best vantage point. That's just the reality.
Yeah, you switch to the baseball game, then they're at the second hole, and then they tee off, and then you go back to the baseball game, and then you watch them hit that second shot, and then you go back.
Bobby, with the TSN started doing the thing where you can do the multi-screen cast.
Yes.
So like you can be watching, but you can
PIP.
also have the other one going on, and you can also have multiple angles and then be playing something else all on the one screen at the same time and keep track of it all.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good deal. They looked up the restraining orders and made the proper assumption with Eric's knives.
Oh. Yes.
It's not.
Wes says, "Whatever, Eric."
Oh, listen here. Don't give me that whatever. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I know what my stuff when it comes to Lance Armstrong, don't you whatever me.
You know as well as I do
that
Wes comes from the land down Texas, and over there you've got your little guns. But then Wes is like, that's a gun? All of a sudden rolls in with a Sherman tank. This is a gun.
Yeah, I should
have one gun.
I'm in the
It's like you, my friend, will be outgunned rather quickly on that one.
I'll bring a knife to a gunfight.
Clearly.
That's not a knife.
That's right. I love Lance in my pants. Fantastic marketing. Love Lance potato chips. There's Sam. Bob also says, do they have an unauthorized Sheryl Crow videos behind the counter at Mellow Johnny's Johnny Mellows?
Maybe.
I remember when they were together. I think when she found out the truth, she left him. He was like, "No, I want
you mean she found out he was a cyclist, not a real athlete?"
Yes.
Oh my God.
That would be tragic. That'd be devastating. Where's Hulk Hogan in his conversation? Wherever he wants.
Odds for divorce. Augusta
National is a cathedral. True. I agree. Whistling Straits, you have a few spots you can watch a few holes. Following a major shot by shot for one guy is damn near impossible. Yes, I agree. I agree with that. Hulk Hogan has the skin of a hot dog. Hot dog has the skin of a Hulk Hogan. I like to think that a hot dog has the skin of Hulk Hogan.
That's awesome.
Brother.
All right. Wes is winning the chat tonight so far.
That's right.
That's a good one.
Defect says, that's not a knife, that's a spoon. I see you've played Knifey Spoony before.
Mm-hmm. That's a scary game.
It is. One time it was funny because AW actually did the Knifey Spoony bit. Because they've got a lady from Australia. So they basically came up with the excuse to be like, oh, so you've played Knifey Spoony before. They literally were trying to find a way. One of the guys that works there was like, one of these days we got to do the Knifey Spoony thing. And then they finally had a promo segment where they could do it. And it's like, tonight is the night. We're doing Knifey Spoony. You got to be fun with it, man.
Got to live a little.
Tony Khan must lift the ban on Hulk Hogan and let him on the program, brother. Hogan would go on if they paid him, but it's like I don't think anybody outside of maybe WWE wants to pay him at this point. Hogan is we'll say he's very much in the not swell fella all-stars.
Oh my god.
He's got that going for him. He's in the starting lineup of the not swell fella all-stars.
You see that moron at the convention ripping his shirt off?
Well, I don't watch any of the political convention stuff. So I saw a picture. So I assume that's what it was for.
Yeah, nothing like taking things seriously, and then you bring that clown on, and he starts ripping his clothes off. Yeah, it's like, yeah, perfect.
You thought it was WrestleMania 28.
Well, fella.
I believe he fits very appropriately in that room. Carlos says, worst sporting event to attend in person. Brother. Worst sporting event to attend in person. U.S. Open in Pinehurst. Crown Greens, they remove the pen, you can't see the hole, you just watch it and wait and see if the ball disappears. Okay, I like that.
Really? Waiting for
Hulk
people
is
to cheer.
All-American Beer Promotional Tour. I have no doubt. The man at this point will sell anything for $1. Hogan has destroyed his legacy, just a terrible person. Yeah, but the truth is, though, Hogan has been like, I can't even say he's been on decline for a long. Like the decline happened a long time ago. Like it's been done. Like he fell through the floor many moons ago. At this point,
there's only one guy ahead of him further down, and that's Rick.
Yeah, so it's like it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. They're in a race. Ric Flair and Hogan are in the race for the bottom. It's a 2-man race. That's it.
Hogan would have to do something. He'd have to OJ somebody to pass Ric Flair.
Yeah. At this point, they're like working to see how many places they can get booted out of. So that's their arms race. He's selling that trash beer. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. He was promoting that. Dropped in Hard Rock. Hogan is born again. And so is everybody.
Yeah, he's a born again guy now, which is good for him, but I don't see how that's helping him. But
I don't know what you're talking about. So am I. Like, and I think and I think I'm a much nicer person for it.
You shouldn't have been born the first time. Never mind again.
Ooh, let's ask Kathy about that one.
Get the knives out.
U.S. Open tennis was good with Andre Agassi and Venus Williams. Flair's wooing genuinely made me laugh over how dumb it was. Yes. Rick is definitely at the bottom. Yeah, Ric Flair is the fact that Ric Flair hasn't successfully killed himself is actually kind of impressive.
Scary. Oh my god, yeah.
The lineups for these guys getting autographs are unbelievable, though.
Well, it's twofold. Like, look, regardless, this is what's unfortunate about it. Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan could very easily make so much more money even than they do off of their legacies if they would just shut the fuck up.
Oh god, yeah.
Just like be quiet. Literally just be like, hey guys, how's it going? Just keep it simple, keep it straight. Yep, so want to sign some autographs? No problem. Sign autographs. Collect your money and leave. That's all you got to do. Take some pictures, sign some autographs, collect your money and leave. In public, what do you have to say about this? Nothing, brother. Just be quiet. Speak on nothing.
Because Hogan's a bad guy and did some, not so swell things, he won that lawsuit against whatever.
It was BuzzFeed or
I don't know, some tabloid, right? I mean, he got millions upon millions. It was crazy. Like the company shut down.
Yeah,
don't think it exists anymore because he took all the money. And it's like, why, if you have that money, like, why are you still doing the stuff that you're doing? Flair drank all his money.
Gawker, that was the one. Yeah.
So Flair drank all his money. He needs to keep going out and making more money.
Yeah.
But
he's blown through it. He's blown through it multiple times.
Millions of millions.
Well, I think he's got like 3 ex-wives or 4 ex-wives, so that's already.
Yeah, but even the thing is, even with that, Ric Flair would still be extremely comfortable if he wasn't just ridiculous. Like if he just didn't blow through it, he can't help himself. Like he's trying, like actively to be like, I want to die penniless. That's that's like Ric Flair is actively trying. Yeah, like he's doing his best.
It's like, do you know that the Ric Flair, woo, is a character? The guy that had all the money and the girls and the cars and the planes.
Oh, he's not convinced of that. No, he believes it's real. It's real for him, brother.
Yeah, it's a character, dude. It's just
it's real.
It's real, damn it.
Yeah.
I didn't think Flair expected to live this long. I guarantee you he didn't expect to live that long.
No.
Yeah, Hogan lost his sex and got it more. Yes. Celebrated to Keith Richards, both outlived fitness guru Richard Simmons. It's I actually think look, I told Eric the Simpsons reference. I think Ric Flair at this point is the real life version of Mr. Burns. He's got so many things that should have killed him that they're all like competing for the same spot. And if one of them ever gets through, he dies. But at the moment, they're stuck in a traffic jam and they can't finish him off. They're all trying. Yep, the character is Rick. At this stage, yes.
Yeah.
It's bad, man. It's bad.
It is.
And the thing is, I don't have the bandwidth to feel bad for him either. Like, he's done it to himself. It's not like he doesn't have people around him that haven't tried to help him many times. And like I said, Ric Flair as well. Like, Hogan's got his own issue with it. But if Ric Flair could just get out of his own way, like Triple H and WWE would allow him to be in there and, be on a Legends contract and do some random shit. They would give him the odd appearance here and there and throw him some money. They would literally do it. It would be his retirement tour thing. They'd literally throw some money at him, make some Ric Flair merch, sell it, and give him a cut. No problem. Like they
be a manager, interfere in a match, hit someone in the head with a chair. Your day's done. Here's some money.
Yeah, they would love.
I volunteer.
What's that?
I volunteer Eric to get hit by Ric Flair and the chair.
Indeed.
Sorry, I'm just closing a deal, guys.
No worries. So at this point, though, like honestly, the WWE would totally give him a job if he could just stay out of his own way. Like they would be like, just stop it. They give him a job. It's not like it'd have to work that hard. Even the death of David didn't slow Ric Flair down. Nope, it didn't. You would think he'd learn something from that, but no. And the thing is, he does podcasts and interviews and things, and all the time he's belligerent. He's always got people still bring him on because he still has name value. The name value alone keeps him above water. But he keeps trying to kill it.
I disagree. The reason they bring him on.
So the answer, what you're saying is correct for certain specific ones. There are other ones that actually would like to have him on. There are ones that want the train wreck for the views. There's both. Both of those things are true.
He is the wrestling world's Charlie Sheen. And we all know when Sheen went off the deep end, he was more famous because he was going crazy in real life. And people thought that was entertaining. He is the wrestling Charlie Sheen.
Oh, Tiger Blood was entertaining, Eric.
Tiger Blood.
Winning.
That's right. So yeah, I disagree with your statement. Tiger Blood was, in fact, very entertaining.
All I want to say is woo.
Yeah, he still got a promo. Yes, Tiger Blood. Exactly. Dufex was on the same page as me. He got it.
Yep.
So real quick,
I spoke French earlier, and you just before I spoke French, you cut out.
Yeah, I should have had an emergency up there. Seriously, I even cut myself. So that's all.
I said
I got one of them blew a whole jar, like literally glass everywhere. So
holy!
Yeah.
Exploded.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Go ahead, Frenchie. Sorry.
I was talking about the yellow jersey that the Tour de France winner wears, and in French, it's called the maillot jaune.
Yeah.
Still doesn't pronounce it properly.
Mayonnaise.
The what?
That's right.
I heard mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
Maillot jaune. Maillot.
Yeah, not mayo. No.
Yeah. Well, it's mayonnaise in French, buddy.
Yep.
No.
So there you go. Here's your Tour de France. Stop. You're done.
Mayo.
I hate you.
Well,
The Michael
you
John,
want-
maybe.
You want to play with French? There you go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
You got all.
So what I'm going to
slack.
do is So what I'm going to do is now is the time. I'm going to get my beer, and now that we're into the show, I got my PSA submission back today.
Oh,
It has
good
returned
deal.
it. It has
There you
returned
go.
it.
Are you
Thank you,
doing
Sherry.
a
Thank you,
reveal?
Sherry, for the shipping. Thank you to PSA Canada for their efforts.
Or is that a
I've
separate
got
video
the-
for the reveal?
Hang on.
Well,
can
I'm going
we
to do
remember
I'm going to do
when-
the video for the closer view and everything, but I will reveal it here, but I'll do the separate
Okay.
video for,
Sure.
for
We
the
should
close up.
remember when you submitted. You probably made a video of it. Mhm.
I did. And also I did showcase one of the items because Sherry was nice enough to send me the picture
There's
ahead of time.
gotta
So, I
be some Brett Favre in there.
so this time around, so these are all PC ones. So I'll tell you this. There are 2 hockey cards.
Medano.
2 hockey cards.
Medano.
No. There is one. Sorry, there are 3 hockey cards. One of them is a
No.
Medano. One of them is a Medano. 2 of them are not. So I will showcase the items here and we'll get into it. So I'll fill up the. In the meantime, Eric, you can tell them more about the Tour de France Mayo jersey.
Please do. And I'll be
Please.
back.
No.
Cool down.
That it's not a Mayo jersey. They all left. Why do you people? I have a question for the chat. Why do you watch this crap? There's 29 people watching.
They enjoy our suffering.
There are 29 people watching this right now. There's just me on the screen. I bring nothing to this show. I bring absolutely nothing. I'm
Got that
forced to do it.
Hold on, Eric. That's not true. There is more than you on the
I am
screen,
forced
but
to do it.
here you go. I fixed it, Eric.
And you people, 28 of you, are sitting at home right now
Are
going,
in peace, Eric.
I'm gonna watch this crap. Why do you do this? There's something wrong with you people. Right now, whatever country you're in, your government should watch this and track down all 28 of you. 29. Holy crap, it's growing. 29.
You see, you're convincing the people, Eric. You're
You
doing a great
should-
job.
They should find you people. Oh, good. He left. He got smart. He's like, he wants no part of that. Now we're down to 28. So 28
Nope, back to 29.
must be found and put into insane asylums and get them off the streets of whatever country you're watching this from.
Wow. So once again, Eric proves that he is against America.
Oh, good. It's at 26. It's working.
I heard that Eric's against America, Yannick. He hates freedom.
He does.
He's telling people you can't watch things. Sounds to me like a man who hates freedom. Let's see him. We will. So I've got him here. So in total is 4 cards. So I got it broken up here in a couple things. So we'll open up package number 1 and we'll see what we got.
Oh,
We'll
actually,
open up-
we're seeing their live reveal. There you go.
Oh yeah, no, I'm going to share the cards now, and then, like I said, I'll do the separate video with the other camera. It'll be the higher.
Do you even have any idea of the grades? Or
I got pictures of all the stuff. I knew exactly what they were. I do have 110, and I think it's 3 9s, but it's all PC stuff.
you don't really care anyway? It's PC. So.
No, it's PC stuff. Yeah. So I will. I'll share here. So let's just see. I'll read a couple more of these. So the answer to your question was masochism, like that.
Oh,
It's like watching Ric Flair with Eric. That's right. Exactly.
God, 30 people watching this garbage.
Told you. Understatement. What do you mean, you people? Exactly. Back when Napster was a thing, I used to stream random videos to maintain dial-up connection. I like it.
Wow. Yeah.
I feel like that should never have gone away. It was a good thing. Watching the Phillies Pirates, just listening somewhat. There you go.
Somewhat.
This is the only way I get to communicate with you guys. See? So Ham says, because it's the only way I get to communicate with you guys. I love you, miss you, and you're not going to be at the Nacional, so we don't get to see you. We will have the not national coverage again this year.
Yes.
Rest assured. Evening all, and Eric. Good evening, Paul.
There you go.
Best
Paul.
reality TV show out there. The reality TV show scene is dark these days, man. It's dark.
And Ham, you can try to suck up to me all you want and tell me that you love me. You're not dating.
Well, no. He meant I love you guys and Eric.
No, you're not dating my wife. I don't.
Where's the end?
No, I said no.
I don't know, man.
That's crap. No, I'm done. Never mind.
Good. Is this a submission for the Spring Expo? It is. It is indeed.
I don't need this crap.
Sounds to me like a man who needs it.
I got a new card this week too, Carlos.
Yeah, you got the $1 Million Man one back.
No, I don't.
There you go. You got it there. Nice.
Yes.
They need to figure out that insert though. It looks kind of silly. Good evening, name. All right. So Yannick, here we go. So I'm going to do the first 2 cards, and then I'll open up the second pack. So we'll do this here. All right. So first one here. Good evening, Josh. There you are. Eric, remind me what the whole white mayo jersey means in Tour de France. That's right.
It's yellow mayo.
No, the white jersey is the white mayo.
There's a polka dot jersey.
It's the under 20
The climber.
It's the white. That's the polka dot jersey. Is the climber.
Yeah,
Climber. The white jersey is the young.
All right, I lost interest. I'm moving on.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. So first one here is actually from 2020 the Cup. We got a Jake Ottinger. So there's the rookie auto. That's the one numbered to 36. That was in a 9. So I've got a couple of Jake Ottinger cards. We got a Dennis PC card. This one's actually the Dynamite version. So we got the Dennis PC. That was also in a 9. And this one is the version numbered to 5. So that's a PC one there. That'll go on the Wrestling channel. And then I've got one more little package here of 2 more cards. It wasn't too crazy this time around. I think I've mentioned it before. I don't submit a million cards just for the sake of submitting. It's got to have a purpose. Either I want it because maybe I'm going to resell it, or in this case, it's mostly just for personal collection stuff. In this case, it was pretty much personal collection stuff. So I've got one more Ottinger card, and then we'll show a Medano. So here, the other Ottinger card is from 2020 Ultimate. So it's also the autograph. That's an Ultimate. That one also came back a 9. And then the last one is actually the Upper Deck MVP Superscript. So that's number 25, and that's actually in a 10. So there's another 1990s kind of Grail card. But it isn't a 10. So well, pop one, non-higher, but I don't think anybody else has actually tried to grade one, but it actually came back a 10, which is nice. So I like that. It's good, solid.
Steve Angel's IG over the last 24 hours at all. He's got. I
know he's shown a bunch of stuff recently. He's usually got some stuff on there.
He's got a really nice Ottinger card, patch auto. I think if I remember right, it's.
Yeah. No, I've seen it for sure. When it comes to the Ottingers, my thing is, I like a lot of the stuff that Steve has, but whenever maybe at the expo I'll talk to him about it, but the conversation is going to go like this: what's your price tag on it? I see. I will give you 10% of that, and then we'll go from there. That's how we'll do it, and maybe we'll come up with a number somewhere in the middle. Yeah, whatever you're asking for, I'll give you 10%.
I don't think that card's going to last all the way to the. I think he's a popular player. It's a nice card. I don't know what Steve's charging for it. I haven't asked him, but I don't think
the answer's a lot.
I doubt.
He's pretty aggressive with the price.
More than you got.
Everyone's got more than I got. I'm Poe.
Yeah. Buying knives everywhere.
Yeah, and then they won't send them to me.
Wow.
Yep.
Everywhere.
So we go here. Here you go. Google says, why is my French mayonnaise yellow? If your homemade mayo is yellow, it's more likely due to egg yolks. Regular mayo uses a whole egg, so egg white dilutes some of the color. Thanks, Stu.
Very much so.
Thank you, Wes. Appreciate it. Yeah, I like having a couple of Ottingers. So anyway, kind of to Eric's point here. Under the right circumstances, I would. I'm not looking to. I've always talked about how I've got all the different projects and categories that I've got in my collection. I wanted to have some nice Ottinger cards, and like I said, this one's from the Cup. This one's a low-numbered autograph on-card auto from the Cup. That's pretty sweet. And this one's a nice one from Ultimate, which is a very nice brand. It's a nice card, again, on-card auto. But I'm not going to go out of my way to kill myself. Like, there's just too much stuff. Like, I've got my Medano collection. I've got all that other stuff going on. I've got the Dennis PC, which I've been working on closely lately. And by the way, the only reason I get it graded is honestly because I just like having it in the holder for some of the tougher autos, especially. And it's nice to have some consistency. So if I got a couple of them graded, I like having the set if I can, especially the out of 5. And again, the superscript, same kind of thing. Did I have to do it? No. But I submitted a total of 4 cards. That was my entire submission. I didn't submit 20 cards, 30 cards. No, I said these are 4 PC cards. Yeah, and I was and the price was reasonable. Why not? It's fine by me. Just for me, my purposes, so I'm cool with it. CC says, wow, Superscript and PSA 10. Thank you very much. There's no guarantee on that because it was very thin stock the first year of Upper Deck MVP. But I looked at it and I go, actually, it looks pretty nice. Like that surface is clean. The centering looks good. And I'm like, okay, cool. But it wouldn't have mattered anyway. It was staying in the collection, but that it got a 10 is a nice bonus. Doesn't hurt.
Everybody check out my Hobby News Daily article this week. It's about when is vintage modern and modern. Oh,
yep.
That kind of thing.
Yep.
So it's a really good article. It's very interesting. And it'll set the hobby straight.
I thought you were going to say it's going to set the hobby ablaze.
No, I just simplified it and I compared it to comic book collecting and how they do ages and how they.
Always trying to raise a little hell.
Why not?
Yeah. So I actually put it as 1990 being the time, and just to preface you a little bit on it, I used the. I guess the ultimate thing was that when Beckett finally did monthlies for all the price guides, because you talk about baseball, but that's not the sports card hobby. That's baseball. We have to encompass at least 4 of the top sports. So at 1990 is really when football, baseball, and basketball. I think football was 89, but 90 is really the turning point. Is when it became available on all the shelves in bookstores, and it became a viable collectible for anybody. You didn't have to hide and say you collect sports cards anymore at that time. So, anyways, that's my check it out. It's an interesting article.
I think that's fair. I think what I'll do is at the very end I'll pull it up and then I'll add it to the description. So for folks to check out the replay, I'll add a description to it so you can check out Bobby's article. And I'll finish reading these comments, and it actually reminded me of one other thing I wanted to mention. But thank you for mentioning that, Bobby. Bob Oozle says, like the Britt Baker auto, then things ain't cheap. Appreciate it. Carlos says, I was duped. They weren't removing the tarp. They were showing earlier footage of pitchers warming up while they announced the game was postponed. Tragique. Stu providing hashtag scholarship.
Tragique, yes.
It is very tragique. Carlos says, I should have bought those Delta Club tickets for the game tonight. I would have eaten for free during the rain delay and gotten a rain ticket to do it all again later. Smooth.
Free food.
Opportunity missed. Wesley says, I have potential PSA 10 1 of 1 that I need to send. $1 Million Man laugh. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Oh,
we like it.
Hobby news. We do.
Wait, before you do, Bobby, in honor of Wes's comment.
We definitely.
Ted doesn't come out to play all the time anymore, so once in a while it's nice to bring him back. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yes, and Victor, the rookie card specialist, had released his.
That's exactly where I was going to go. That's literally that was the exact thing that I was.
I'll
about
take
to
over the
yes.
show then. So anyway, no, that's good. If you want to go there.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to see. I know he posted in a couple of places. I want to see if he posted on his.
That is the one thing that Amazon allowed me to buy. And my copy of Victor's new book will be arriving on Tuesday.
Mine will be Wednesday.
And as soon as my mother teaches me how to read, I'm going to peruse it.
Yeah. Exciting. So here it is. I will leave a link to it in the description as well. So this is the Instagram post. It has basically one of these little QR codes that you can scan and to give you information to it. So if you want to check it out, if you know Victor, he focuses on the rookie card. That's his big thing. So he wrote a book on it, self-published it. If you've been following his channel, he gave you a little background on how he did it and how he set it up. And now it is available. Now it exists, and you can order it if you wish.
Yeah, it's very reasonable. I think it's only $17.95 or something like that. And if you're in Canada, it's I got it through Prime. I think it was like all in $25.
That's not bad.
I get free shipping with Prime, so that helped.
Yeah, I think with tax, mine was like $20 or something. So I'm more than happy to support him. I'm looking forward to perusing it and checking it out.
Because it's an American book, we didn't have to pay the tax, which was good. I don't know what something happened there. It was 24 something, then it came to 25 something. That's it. Oh, okay.
I wanted the book and I wanted some knives, and they said you can only have the book.
Oh, so you only bought the book because you were going for knives. You went, oh shit, yeah, I gotta get fucking. I know. Hey, Victor, don't worry. You got friends here, but
I'm going on it right now.
Mm-hmm.
These are facts. It's all true. There you go. I found it. I actually tried 2 rookie cards and didn't work for me on the first search. I actually
No, it doesn't. You have to.
No, it's not weird. I did the same thing. I had to put in book.
I figured the title would work. So yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, $25 with delivery and everything. So I am going to support it. I will buy one as well. And even though the rookie card is not real, so I consider it a work of fiction. But nonetheless, I will support it.
I'm going to get mine personally signed when I see him.
I got a new rookie card this week, and I happened to actually pay just a couple of dollars more, so it was in a PSA holder. Like I said, I have many graded cards, and if they're the right, price, then I'll buy them. But I have yet to ever send cards out because I don't believe in it. But
the right price will be HGA going forward.
One of the greatest players of the 80s, Denny Savard, graded 8 O-Pee-Chee.
An 8?
An 8.
Okay.
It's a good solid grade.
What year is that without looking at it?
Oh, it's 81. 81, 82.
Actually, they had more rookies in 81 than I think any other year.
They had
any other set pre-1990.
Well, or you're saying prior to that?
Yes.
Yeah, because the 90-91 completely messed the whole thing up.
Yeah,
that was a completely different thing.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong, because if you go back to the first cards, right, and you go back to 54, you got 100 because I 51 because Parkhurst had they came out, and then you had the C55, so you do have C56. Sorry,
really early era where like everybody's
they're all rookies.
But that shouldn't count. So, but this was a.
So you're saying everybody's rookie card doesn't count?
No, I said if
I said the rookie card's not. Yeah, I said the rookie card's not real.
If the first year cards are produced, everyone's got a rookie card in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
100%. So we're just saying that in later times in vintage, this may be one of the.
Well, how late is vintage for you in later times?
I agree with everything you've ever said because I'm a disciple.
Everything he's ever said.
Oh my God. Argue with Bob.
What about the?
I'm not going to argue on this. I'm a disciple of yours.
Everybody had to jump in. What? I still didn't hear everything.
All right, calm down, Acolyte Boy. All right, I'm going to read a couple of these comments here. Bob Woozle says, "Does Victor's book qualify as a manifesto?" Maybe
it would, because nobody's ever done one, so it has to be his manifesto. Yes.
Well, look, I was actually I put my money where my mouth is. I actually bought a copy of the book because I have Prime as well, so I can get free shipping. So I bought a copy of the book for 2 reasons. I want to support Victor, even though, as I said, the rookie card doesn't exist. It isn't real. However, I appreciate that he took the time to write a wonderful work of hobby fiction. Wonderful. I think it's fantastic. But secondly, because I enjoy having hobby-related books. It's something I enjoy because we don't really get much. If you go to like the coin hobby, there's tons of books written on all.
Everybody's written a book.
You love a specific. You love gold coins. There's a book for that. You love the Franklin $50. There's coins for that. There's books for that. There's all kinds of #scholarship. Tons of scholarship on the subject in all kinds of things. But in the card game, like in the 90s, obviously during that boom era, a lot of people produced a lot of books. Most of them are pretty disposable. There's nothing particularly exciting about any of them. I'm not counting the almanacs and the guides. That's a separate conversation. I'm talking about books that talk about the subject.
Yeah.
Most of it's pretty generic stuff. Like there's not much to it. And there were those investment like books like rookie cards you got to buy back in the 90s. There was a lot of those. It's not much. It's so whenever there is something that is written, I was like, okay, that'd be kind of cool. I like having it in my library and occasionally skimming through a little bit.
And to be honest, you're very true with that, because if we even just go back to 2000, just right at that point.
Yep.
We're really at the infancy of a lot of information that hadn't come to light. It's very surprising. Auction house catalogs back then were guessing at so many different things. Now we have, confirmed most of those. But back then, and that's surprising. It's only 25 years ago. It seems like a long time, but it isn't, for me, I guess. But and all the books that were kind of written, they were sort of loosely written. They weren't, written with the facts. And a lot of people didn't do the research, and we didn't have Google back then. Well, you did, but it wasn't as the way it is right now.
True rookie book, boom, fourth from the top. Victor's book.
I was able to find it by putting in Victor's name. That was the way I did it. I'll add up.
53.
Sorry?
So for you, Eric, it's $100.
Oh, at least.
And do I send that money to you directly?
Yes.
Directly to me.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And Yannick, out of the goodness of his heart, and you're welcome, you ungrateful swine, out of the goodness of his heart, for the $100, Yannick will make sure that you get it in the mail.
Yes. The jar man.
Question for you, Carlos, when you get a chance, but go ahead.
Just one sec. Yeah, I'll read these and we'll talk about it. Bubbles says, "Are dummies allowed to read Victor's book?" Perhaps. I get your reference.
I plan to.
Collecting for dummies versus true rookie cards. I look forward to the comparison. Indeed.
Oh, did they have one for rookie cards for dummies?
The for dummies is Geoff's book. The for dummies is Geoff's book.
Geoff's.
He cornered the market on that. Yes.
Literature.
Yeah.
I intend to put them beside each other on the shelf.
Setting up sports card places in Atlanta for dummies. Yes.
Yeah. Eight is strong for NAOPG. Yeah.
I thought
Eric
so.
West says,
I thought an 8 would get for that.
Victor created Encyclopedia Britannica. Jeff created a guide to sniffing farts. A guide to sniffing farts would sell well.
I think so.
Especially in Germany.
Ooh, why?
There's some freaky deakies over there.
I'm going.
I don't. How that you even
pause.
know that? Bothers
pause again. Pause. Triple pause. Quadruple pause. Pause on your pause. Stop. Pause.
Oh.
There are so many jokes, and I do not have time before I finish reading these comments. Nice Savard rookie, Eric.
Thank you.
Greatest cards of the 20th century is a nice book. Questionable and same choices 25 years later. That's a really nice coffee table book. I actually have a copy of that. So speaking of, like, jokes aside, I have a couple. There aren't many, but out of the existing hobby books that are like not complete trash, I've got that one. That's a nice coffee table book. I like it. I'm a fan. I got one that I had in childhood. I've shown it before. It was like the Grand Slam collection. It's nothing big. It was like for kids. It was like, but I had it as a kid. I borrowed it from the library as a kid, so I was able to get a copy, which was really fun for me. So it's more from nostalgia purposes. That was just from my personal library for that, and I was able to get it cheap enough, so I was happy about that. But there's not much. Like it's light. We've got the Burrell books, but after that, it's slim pickings. Slim pickings.
I actually mentioned that in my article that, when did price guides really come in? We can go back prior to 1970. There's ones here and there, but nobody can even recall or remember the name of whatever it was. It wasn't until the 80s it really started to ramp up, and then 1990, that's when they came out everywhere. I just saw one for sale. I should have bought it. It's 1991. The funny part is they only do football, baseball, and hockey. No basketball. Very interesting.
Right.
Because basketball was now basketball is everything, but
yeah,
back then nothing. Nobody.
No, back then
hockey beat basketball back then.
Bobby did a book about fabric softener.
That is, hey, Ron Ellis is passed away now, so don't. Anyways,
I didn't say anything about him. I said you wrote a book about fabric softener. If you're into
fleecy, it's fleecy.
If you're into fabric softener, you got to have this book.
Yeah. Like what star, like obviously Ron Ellis, would be on a fleecy bottle? Like it was just, well, I got an offer from Fleecy. I guess I'll go for it.
He also wrote about corn syrup. All right.
Beehive. Well, yeah, two of my friends did a beehive book, the most amazing book ever, like detailed history of all the beehives, when they came out, when they were available, all the checklists related, because there's over 1,008 beehives. It's just unbelievable. The longest running promotion in any longest running promotion of any sports related cards ever. They're not cards. They're kind of like photo matted back kind of.
But also have shredded wheat and wheat.
Okay, I'm going to pause, Eric, so I can finish reading these comments.
Please.
So as I said, the 300 greatest greatest cards of the 20th century. Like I said, as a coffee table book, I like it a lot. I like the pictures. I like the write-ups are kind of basic for some of it, but I do enjoy it for what it is. It's a very interesting book. It's a book that warrants multiple editions as attitudes change, which is fair. Bob. CC says, if Carlos, Eric, Yannick, and Bobby were to publish a sports card book together, what would the main topic be? How much lemon sucks?
And how much we
I love
love
story. I love story.
Top 10
These are
ways.
what-
Go ahead.
I'm gonna finish reading. All right. Alan Hager's book has some extremely nice photos of pre-war cards, and the price has finally caught up after 30 years. Orlando actually did went through some of the sections of that Alan Hager book. That one is interesting, would be interesting as a hobby curiosity. I kind of want to get a copy of that book just because of the era and the individual involved in it. Not because necessarily, although it'd be interesting to flip
just
through
because.
it. Just it again, I like having because a hobby library and sports cards is so light. Just some curiosities and some interesting things would still be interesting to have, just to be able to flip through it once in a while, just for fun.
Yeah. Mine is a price guide, but realistically it's a historical book too, because it really wasn't based on, it was more information based than it was, just lists,
Sure.
which was good. And Ryan McClanahan, he's the other historian. He's writing a book on T206s.
Oh, good. Yeah.
From a different
so
angle.
That's something that you can go into a lot of depth on.
Well, you've seen
There's
his
a lot of
article,
room.
60 pages. It's like, fuck, what are you kidding? Holy crap.
Yeah. I would be interested to see if he ended up using Net54 did a book, an ebook that had a lot of great information on it, talking about the different backs, combinations, and did some good research. I would assume he used that as part of his work as well. But they did a very good job on it. Zach here says, Bobby Atlanta Snyder check.
Done.
Didn't have Eric saying freaky deaky on my bingo card. If you did.
Mm.
Eric gets freaky deaky after smoking sticky icky. Coming soon on a sports card YouTube fan fiction. These are all facts.
I'm more about
nonetheless.
I'm more about the booger sugar.
I don't even know what that means.
It means that Eric is sharing with you some of the things that happened with Reggie.
Bowl of sugar. Scary.
No.
Mhm.
Booger sugar. The
Booger sugar.
Yeah.
Oh.
The
The
white-
devil's
Well, Eric, we're not up on all your vernacular from your
The
activities
devil's
where you acquire your funds.
the
devil's dandruff.
booger sugar. That's what I'm all about.
You seem to know a lot about that.
The
Is that
Peruvian
how you
market.
fund your operation, Eric?
Yeah. That's my operation.
How many nicknames is there for cocaine?
Lots.
Well, tell me lots.
This is the Eric incriminates himself hour. Go on.
This is Eric did 20 years as a substance abuse counselor, and
What a wonderful cover to have an operation.
Eric knows all the names.
You know, Dexter helped solve crimes of murders
He did.
while also committing murders.
While also.
What a wonderful cover that is.
Devil's dandruff, Peruvian marching powder,
That's what I said.
cocaine.
I would believe that in the Deadpool Wolverine
Horse.
trailer. I have no doubt.
No, that's
What's funny, I'm gonna wait until for the most part, I don't buy too many Blu-rays anymore, but I really enjoy the first two Deadpools.
Aren't they
And
going
I'm
up in
always-
price?
Yes.
What's that?
Aren't they going up in price? High demand for Blu-rays now or something?
So for
Bucks.
new ones, some of them are. But one of the things that's throwing it off is that they also will release a lot of the 4K ones, and the 4K ones are a way of trying to squeeze a little extra money. You don't need it. Like, unless you got like an amazing television, like a crazy, like just get a regular.
Yeah.
It's fine.
But I meant some of the older ones though.
Sometimes. What I'll say though is, like, honestly, like during Prime Day and stuff like that, they'll go on sale. And then the price will go back to being fairly reasonable. Like, I bought plenty of Blu-rays like $6.99, $7.99, like not that bad. It's fine. Worst murder committed was the Dexter series finale. Well played.
I've never seen Dexter.
I saw it a few times. It wasn't. I don't know. Either you like it or you don't.
Never
I
saw
don't
it.
know if I gave it enough chance, but it was kind of sort of redundant. Like he's saving lives, or I don't know. It's not saving lives.
And I think they did like a renewal series. Like they brought back. They did one of. I think they either have already done it or they're in production for
Didn't
bringing
he
it
die
back.
at the end?
I don't think so. No, I think they definitely did some kind of renewal series. I don't remember what specifically it was.
Okay.
Hobby Champs is here. Good evening. When's the mayonnaise national convention? The MNC. They may cancel it. Mayor organizers are spread too thin. Oh, I see what you did there.
Pretty good.
You're all gross, and you need to knock it off.
But this Bob Boozle comment was pretty elite. Like I like what he went there on that. Like it was pretty good.
It's not elite when you're talking about that gross, nasty stuff.
Oh yes.
But the mayor organizers are spread too thin, Eric.
No.
Too thin.
No.
Eric will be very upset. Eric is very upset. Do you remember the TV series Quincy? I do.
Yep.
Our friend, my friend Steve is nicknamed after that. He chose the nickname based on that. And I watched it with Carlos Sr. They used to have it on A&E in syndication, and they would have it. I've talked about this before, but Quincy was one. McMillan and Wife was one. They had Columbo on there. They also had.
I used to watch Columbo with that.
What is it?
Banachek.
Rockford.
Banachek. That's the one. Banachek. That was one. Yes. They had a couple of different ones.
Loved all that stuff.
I liked Beretta and Kojak and all those other ones too. They were really good.
Who loves you, baby?
Yeah,
But A&E would have like a combination of two of them every day. So they would literally every day would be like it'd be Columbo in this one or Quincy in this one, and they would just have different ones.
There was some pretty good music. I mean, scores for those TV shows. Some of them were really good.
Rockford Files.
Yeah. Yeah. James Gardner, he was great. I actually watched those all in when they came out.
Yeah.
And Banachek and all those other ones. That was the 70s. You only had like 5 stations, so you know. What are you gonna watch?
I started watching
Place or
Okay,
the French
so I got
channel?
the answer to this one. I It
I
was
know.
Quincy.
Hold on. Not me.
Oh,
Go.
It's Quincy M.E. from Medical Examiner.
Oh
Yes,
my God, Eric knew a thing
he got
For
it.
because he's
500.
goddamn old. But yes, it is Medical Examiner. That is correct.
Yeah, fucked up.
Yep.
Oops.
Thoughts on my slabs running auctions? I approve. My stance is always the same. I have no issue with more platforms. I'm like, now I'm not going to go out of my way to look into it because there's honestly enough places for me to look for cards. Like I don't have enough time.
You haven't checked out my slabs yet, though. They have
I'll get to it
different
when I get to it.
cards.
Listen, Bobby, I made a commitment. I made a promise. First, we go and watch Squid Game and then my slabs running auctions.
All righty. Good.
I will not allow myself to partake in my slabs auctions until I've watched Squid Game.
And you have to, like, the Squid Game 2 is coming out in what? I think October, November, December.
Is it or is it not Electric Boogaloo? Because if it's Electric Boogaloo, I'm skipping to 2.
I don't know. No, the first one is amazing. I don't know about the second one. I'm going to see what it's like. It's never usually as good as the first, but hey, it might do well.
There you go. Stu says 83 Sports Collector's Bible was the first major catalog I bought and used. Fair enough. Quincy and Trapper John MD were good choices.
Trapper John, yeah.
Thank you.
I know we talked about this in the past that Trapper John was actually a spinoff of MASH.
Yeah, he was.
I believe that's right. Yeah. Magnum PI had a great intro. True.
Magnum
Hawaii
PI,
5-0, yes.
favorite show of all
Why
time.
5-0, yeah, the drums are amazing.
Magnum PI is my favorite show of all time.
No way.
I can name.
You
tell
don't have a mustache or anything like Selleck. Come on.
I absolutely love. I was just watching it. I was watching the episode Tora just before I came on at 8:00.
I'm sorry. Did you say the movie Tora?
No, it was. This was about finding a Torah. It was
3 times.
The Jewish tour.
Yes,
Thank you.
and that is what he was. He and this
The
rabbi
Japanese tour.
was searching for.
I actually had a class in university where we watched historical movies, and Tora was one of them.
Yeah.
As soon as I heard it, I was like, Tora. It's been like that.
I love that movie, but it was this was named in reference to that film.
Sure.
Okay.
It was about the Jewish Torah.
I see.
Ah, hoy vey.
Mm. Babuzel says, bid on some titillating auctions while watching Emmanuel in Space.
No.
And he put titillating in there too.
Yes. Matt McNeil says, Remington Steele was a good show. Yes. Pierce Brosnan. Early Pierce Brosnan.
He would have become James Bond earlier if it wasn't that he was doing that show, was under contract.
Really?
Tom Selleck would have been Indiana Jones if he was not under contract to do Magnum.
I think he could have been a Bond opposed to a. Yeah, he's a Bond kind of guy, Selleck.
Interesting. That would have been a very different take on Bond. That would have been a very different take on Bond for sure. Would have been interesting.
I think he could have pulled it off.
No one ever brings up Jake and the Fat Man. Man, I don't.
Oh,
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that name in a long time.
There's a reason.
Wait, which one do you hate the most, Eric? This is an important question. Which one are you having more opposition to? Do you have a problem with Jake or do you have a problem with the Fat Man?
Watch what you say.
I only watched the show a handful of times. I just didn't do anything for me.
Yeah. It was
Messages with Knight Rider and Airwolf. Okay.
Airwolf I never watched, but
it's me.
Yes, Yannick?
No,
you got to go, so take off. We will catch you later. Appreciate you dropping in.
Yeah, I gotta go pick up mom and dad to. They went to a concert tonight, so instead of trying to drive downtown and parking, so Sonny's gonna go pick them up.
There you go. Live the dream.
Thanks for having me.
Sounds good. Have a good night. We'll catch you later.
Thanks to chat, everyone. Bye.
My favorite intros of the 80s, I'll tell you 3 that were my absolute favorites. Like, I had to see the beginning. Yeah, Dukes of
Perfect Strangers.
I love Perfect Strangers.
Balcamos.
Yeah,
so that's why I named it. Done.
Well, Dukes of Hazzard
and everything.
Because you had Waylon Jennings singing, and you had cars jumping over stuff.
Just the good old boys. Yeah.
Right. So that was cool. A-Team, because I love how
probably one of the best theme songs. Yeah.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, and then I always thought it was cool because I was a huge Battlestar Galactica fan that Dirk Benedict was in the A-Team, and they had a Cylon walk by him in the opening credits.
Oh, really?
And I just thought that was the coolest thing ever. And then my third and probably my most favorite was Hardcastle and McCormick when they had the song Ride.
You mean this one?
There you go, Matt. Nailed it. Yep. Hardcastle and McCormick had the song Ride. And then you heard the gears shifting and stuff. Oh yeah, in the Coyote was revving. I love that show.
What was that other one? The 2 women was Gag Me and Lay Me.
Cagney and Lacey. Well played. Well played.
There was another one I was thinking of. It was right along their line. There were so many of the cop shows back then. Unbelievable.
There were, yeah. I think, look, television has always had a thing where it'll go in phases. There's different. It'll be like this is
Westerns,
the type of show.
And then it went to you had Bonanza and all these other
Yeah. There was an era where they did a lot of the cop shows, like a lot of those shows that we were talking about were very similar themed. That's why I said when A&E did that block, it's like there's a reason why these are like crime investigation type shows, like, and they were all like within a cluster of each other, very close in era time wise. Today they kind of do certain theme shows as well. There was a time when it was the medical drama. That was one that went off for a while. There was a while where they started doing medical drama for a while.
St. Elsewhere was one of the first to start that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then later on, they had a whole series of them, ER. And then after ER, you started having a bunch all at once.
Before
that, George Clooney got his start really in
ER. Yeah.
Well, first of all, George Clooney got his start on Roseanne. No,
yeah, I'm just saying.
No, before before Roseanne, he was in Facts of Life.
He was the boyfriend of what's her name, Joe.
One of my favorite shows, and I still watch it when it's on, about medical drama was the TV show Emergency about paramedics with Randolph Mantooth.
Yes.
Made his name in showbiz history.
Mm-hmm. Well, there was what was the other one? There was Emergency and
Chips.
Yeah, Chips was there, but there's another one that was emergency based. I can't remember.
So to bring this back to cards, Fred Dryer played, I think, for the Chargers or the Rams, and he, I think, has football cards. So he says Hunter was good. So Fred Dryer was in the NFL, and I think he has cards.
Oh, there's another movie, Hunter. Was it Hunter?
That's a TV show, Hunter.
Yeah. What was it?
Fred Dryer.
Yeah.
The Hunter, I believe, was
The Hunter.
was the last movie of the King of Cool. The King of Cool's last movie was The Hunter, I believe.
Okay. Next. Name a good TV show from the 2018 to 2024. There isn't any.
I see.
Well, I like the Good Place, and that should fall within that window. I like the. It was 4 seasons. It was a 4-season run. It had some very clever writing in it. There were moments that were actually really funny. And I thought, and since they knew what the beginning, middle, and end was, they ran it exactly as long as it needed to run and no more, which is great. If you know you've got your story, your self-contained story, and you let it run the time it needs to run, and you let it go, and which they did, and which takes some discipline because the temptation is to let it run too long.
Frasier was one of my favorites, but I think that's a little pre-2018.
Yeah. This one just falls outside. For me, House is one of my favorites, but that stopped in 2012. So that's well before that window. I think Good Place should fall within this. Good Place should fall somewhere in this, I think.
Oh, my wife is watching something right now. Who's that kid? He's on the spectrum there. And he's a doctor surgeon.
The Good Doctor?
Yeah, and she's watching that now. How long ago was that? Like, that's a long time now, right?
That's been going on a little bit, but it's still running, I think, or it's about to end.
She's catching up on all of them, and I was kind of watching and going, it's not bad.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think key, and this is important, it depends on what you're trying to get out of the TV show. When you say name one good TV show, like I could name off 10 and you could be like, oh, but that show sucks. And then you could name off a bunch that you really like, and I'd be like, well, that show sucks. So it depends. That's the reason why I say it. For me, I thought The Good Place was very clever. I liked it for what it was. I don't like many TV shows. So for me to say that I actually thought it was clever and I liked it, I'm kind of picky. House for me was one of my favorite shows, but again, that's been off the air now for years. So, but I enjoyed that show.
Yeah, my daughter has found it and she really enjoys it.
I think it was really well done. The first 3 seasons I thought were brilliant, and the last 2 seasons I thought were very strong. There was a little in the middle where it kind of slowed down a little bit, but they fixed it. In the end, the last 2 seasons or so, I thought they did a really good job. Yeah, and I was happy they nailed the ending. They nailed the ending, which was key for me, because you can wreck a good show if you absolutely botch the ending. You got to think about that. Yeah, you can screw it up, and it messes it. It makes people mad, man. If you really mess up the ending, like the whole show could have been
the whole thing.
Yeah, you kill the ending, like never mind.
You hate the whole process. I know.
Never seen Game of Thrones. Never saw The Sopranos.
Oh, you never what?
No,
The Sopranos is probably one of the best ever.
Never watched an episode.
Yeah, man. Carlos, you?
Sorry, repeat that.
You?
Sopranos. I watched a couple of episodes here and there. I remember watching. Because it was going to be such a big deal. I remember watching the finale, and that whole bit, the controversy with it was very.
The last page of a book. What are you doing?
I'm not going to commit to it. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. No way.
Honestly, Sopranos is probably one of the most interesting.
Shut up, Josh.
You know which one? Because I was binge watching a couple shows because of a thing. I ended up watching The Shield. I ended up binge watching The Shield. I enjoyed it.
I kind of liked when it started, but it just went sideways.
No, it did for sure. When you're binge watching it, you can get through pretty quick. So if it drags a little bit, you can move through it. You don't have to wait until next week, so you can get going.
That's the problem.
But there were some good actors who did an amazing job in that. So I was like, oh, this is solid. This is good. What I will say, it's only 1 season in. I loved what they did with Fallout. The Fallout TV series, Amazon Prime. Right now, it's 1 season. It was based off the video game. I knew of the video game, but I hadn't played it. But I knew generally speaking. But I think they did a really good job in that 1 season. They gave you enough to introduce you to the world, show you. The actors on it were great.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job. I liked it a lot.
And I thought it was very clever. I'm like, I'm happy. I want to watch season 2.
And my daughter is an expert on it, so she would all of a sudden grab the remote and hit pause and give me all this background information over what she is seeing that I'm not. And so she brought more information from the video.
And this is called Fallout.
It's called Fallout. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have a look. I did watch that other one, the The superhero one. What's it called?
The Boys.
The Boys. Yes.
Yeah,
that one kind of died at the end. Well, whatever.
That one had moments.
It had moments.
I remember
it was actually really good, but then it gets a little clawing at the.
Yeah, it has its moments where it's really good, and then it just drags a little bit here and there. But
there's no end, and there's no where they're going to get to the end. There's nothing that really rectifies it. So
yeah, well that's why I like whenever they do a self-contained series where they have a pretty good idea. For them, it was basically a they were really they're basically auditioning because the one season was to try to prove the concept. But I was saying, like for me, the big thing for me is they didn't overstay their welcome. They gave me enough. I knew a little bit of background, but they gave me enough to understand the world. As we went along, I was able to get some understanding on all the different characters. They went back, flashbacks, fast forwards, and all that. And then by the time we were done, I was like, I am interested in seeing some more. I would like to see some more.
I think they need to do that sometimes so they can set it up. Because otherwise, some just kind of go in and you don't know the backstory, where you don't know where it's going. You need that set up.
He better not be promoting that crap, or else he can go find someplace else to hang out on Friday nights.
What are you talking about?
Hawaii 5-0. Yeah, that was good. That's what
I like SWAT. I've watched. I like SWAT.
No, I hate it when they redo shows. And then they screw them up. You remember that? Did you guys watch the South Park episode where they ragged on Disney? They said, and Cartman starts screaming, make him a woman and make it lame. That's what they did to Higgins on the new Magnum. They made Higgins.
Who cares?
I do. I'm a Magnum fan. It's my favorite show.
I know. And everybody who does that is a loser. Yeah. So just watch the first one then.
I did. So I
keep watching it. Watch it on loop. Watch it a Clockwork Orange style. Watch it a Clockwork Orange style. So Wes says Fallout was awesome. Yeah. No, like I said, I didn't know what to expect going into it. I gave it a chance, and I was very pleasantly surprised, and I enjoyed it.
What was that other one called? Was it Hero?
That was the one with Hayden Panettiere and the other one. Yeah.
The Asian Heroes. Yeah,
that was one of them. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was kind of the main guy that happened to, and then there was the other one where they had the plane crash and they were in another world. That was great for 2 seasons. Lost. Yeah, it was really great, and she was so hot. That girl, I forget her name.
Evergene
Lilly. Again, and then it went sideways. They went supernatural, kind of crazy, and
that's what happens though when you have a concept. The thing about a lot of these shows is they might have a cool concept and maybe some specific ideas, but then if it becomes a big enough hit,
mature it.
Then they start tacking on some stuff in order to.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I called
doing
out
good. We need another 6 seasons out of here so I can make some.
The reason why I called out The Good Place is that the people who enjoyed the show really enjoyed it. Season 1 was well done to build the world, and they had a great little surprise at the end of season 1. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody. Great surprise at the end of season 1, which was a perfect hook into season 2. But they did something very strange. They almost reset the series every single season, but it made sense in the context of the show. And all the characters had to then respond to what was being done because there was a reason for it. It wasn't just done willy-nilly. But since the people who wrote it as a 4-season series, the fact that they got to do the 4 seasons means the story played out beat by beat exactly at the pace it needed to play out.
Yep.
And when you got to the end, you got to the end.
And if it ends, it's great. But see, the problem, once they start making money, it gets very popular. They're going to push it a few more seasons, and
they were offered big money to add more seasons, and they actually resisted. Which the cast was like, on the one hand, I love playing this character. On the other hand, it's awesome they get to play the story exactly the way they wanted to play it. No more, no less.
It's good to leave a series on a high note, opposed to being a dead beaten. Oh, this thing is still going on.
Where it finished, I'm highly satisfied.
Like Walking Dead, kind of just like it's dead. It's long time dead, and then guy comes back after freaking 7, 8, 10 years, whatever. It's just gone. But the first few seasons were great, awesome.
Yep. Josh,
and I like zombie stuff, but
it's true. Josh says I watched the series Numbers. I remember that one. I probably want to get back into it because I watched, I think, the first season or two, but it's been a while.
I refused because it had to do with maths, and I don't maths.
All the maths. Big Sky started out good. Into 6 Feet Under too.
So,
I've definitely watched some episodes that are interesting.
No, I didn't watch that one. I know it.
House of the Dragon has been great this season. Okay.
No, haven't seen it.
Can't wait to watch Fallout, Yellowstone.
Awesome.
So I've always joked about it. Eric, isn't it all the ultimate trope? We end up talking about TV shows or movies, and it's like, hey, this one. All the time. Always. Always happens. So Yellowstone for Stu. Bob says Star Wars fans hate the Acolyte on Disney Plus. It's the Fanatics of Star Wars. I guess so, yeah. But look, I go back to what I said earlier. Look, I gave Eric a hard time, but I'm serious. If someone is like, oh my God, it ruins my channel, I'm like, how? Go watch the first one. Oh, but it's like, then you've got a problem. The problem is you. You don't need to watch the newer one. Don't watch it.
I do. I don't like remakes. I don't. And my biggest issue is come up with new ideas.
There are no new ideas.
Everything's repeat.
Look at Fallout.
Look at all the cards.
Fallout on a video game which has a storyline. They adapted the video game to the show.
And that's fine. But look at Yellowstone. Right? I mean, you can come up with new ideas. You can challenge an audience into thinking.
Look, you'll change your tune when we find out about Greenstone.
Stuff.
When we find out about Greenstone and Redstone, you're going to change your mind. You're going to be like, when Bluestone came out, it jumped the shark.
Well, actually, I think Yellowstone's more like the modern day Sopranos.
Interesting.
In a country western type of stuff.
Kind of way, sure. As long as it ends in darkness, we're fine. Aaron Rodgers appreciated that ending. So Stu says, Manifest started out good, then went off the rails. So I agree with you. I agree with you.
Totally.
I will say, though, it got so batshit crazy at the end. I kind of enjoyed it.
I walked away after season 2. I'm like, I'm good. I'm done.
No, Eric, I got to the end, and I got to be honest, I cackled.
I said, I'm done. I'm good.
It's dumb, but I appreciate it.
I watched 2 seasons of it.
But the key is, Bobby, I didn't watch it episodically as it was playing out. I waited until the end. Just show me the damn thing, and we'll move on.
It is.
I don't need. I don't have the patience. Just let me see.
There's 4 or 5 series you're trying to watch, and you got to watch them every week and tape them. It sucks.
I don't have the patience, especially not at this point. No doubt.
Shit, that's what I just walked away from it. And I'm like, all right, 2 seasons is enough for me.
Now you'll never know about the Reggie Lemon cameo because it turns out he was God. Spoilers. Carlisle says, how crazy was Cheers? They lose Coach and add Woody. They lose Diane Summers and add Rebecca. Norm, Cliff, Frasier, always funny. There you go. I watched Fallout a couple of episodes.
Frasier was creative. Very, very well done.
Yeah.
Did you watch the relaunch? They brought him back.
I watched the first couple of episodes and I'm like, no, I'm good.
No, not with Daphne and Niles. No.
Yeah.
Being a thing. I mean, no.
No, I don't think
it served its purpose and it got to that point and it stopped being funny, I guess.
Yeah,
I'd agree with that. But it's like go ahead.
The new Frasier doesn't have. Now, I only watched the first maybe 3 episodes. It doesn't have returning characters in it. It's just Frasier and his son, who's kind of been.
You never met really in the first series.
Yeah.
He kind of distanced, and now it's just all the shenanigans of them. And it's just like, come on, there's no returning characters, and I think, if I'm not sure, it might take place in Boston. I don't remember, which means you could bring all the Cheers people back.
Yeah.
In theory, you could.
So I just watched the first 3 and I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah, it's hard to beat the original stuff. And then it's like another completely different show and it doesn't suit the premise of the other one, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have Niles in it. Doesn't have the other.
Niles and Frasier are the best. Like honestly, when they would just have their sherry and the funny things they would say about it, it's just so funny. They were so snooty. It was so good.
Oh yeah, no, it was great.
The humor was so deep. It was great.
Mm-hmm. So Hobby Champ says, I actually enjoyed Schitt's Creek. I've heard many good things, seen many memes. I want to watch. So that one is one that I may take the time to watch because I've heard enough good things that it might be.
Eugene Levy's hysterical. I'll watch anything he's in, but I just haven't watched it yet.
Yeah.
Almost as bad as Alan Ball running out of ideas for True Blood and dropping the ball on the spin-off. There you go, Brendan. Ball ran 6 feet under 2. Watched the first couple of Frasier episodes, seemed goodest and lost interest. The new Frasier, enjoy classic Frasier. Fair?
Yeah.
Fair.
That's how I feel, Carlisle. That's exactly it.
But like
so the course of this,
if you watch it from the beginning, it's phenomenal. See, it's just everybody says that, but I guess the age difference maybe has something to do with it. I don't know. Not yours, or, but
well, no. Listen, Eric only remembers the talkies.
yes,
talkies started, and then it ruined it for him. He liked using his imagination, imagining what they sounded like, and then as soon as they actually started talking, wrecked the whole thing.
Yep.
Who knew Charlie Chaplin had that thick, heavy accent? It's crazy.
Nobody knew.
I don't even know, man. I don't even know.
Mustache and everything.
It's crazy. I was actually making me laugh because during the early part of the conversation, I was Googling because I was curious because I remembered a show that I won't go as far as to say it was good, but I remember watching a ton of episodes of it. And then I didn't realize William Shatner was hosting it. I didn't realize it for whatever reason. I don't know. Do you remember Rescue 911?
Yes.
Yeah. So I didn't realize they made 186 episodes. I'm like, no wonder I saw so many episodes of that shit.
Yeah,
I enjoyed watching it for what it was. Like, it wasn't anything wild, but I actually kind of enjoyed it. 186 episodes and 2 specials.
I think that was a CBS show, I think. And yeah, we watched
7 seasons of Rescue 911. Good Lord.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's like,
yeah,
that's almost as many as Who's the Boss.
But that's like that 100 plus episodes is when you get into the bigger money for syndication. I'm surprised that I assume that has to be on some channel somewhere. 186 episodes, you got to put it somewhere. I don't know. That blew my mind.
He's 93 now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
No, Shatner's super old. Yeah.
And at 90,
he looks good for 93, though.
And at 90, he went into space. It's just this guy's life has been remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
He met Emmanuel in space. What?
He did.
No, not what I said.
Are you sure? That's not what you said.
Not what I said.
Your mouth said something else. Your mind, your eyes said Emmanuel in space.
No, they didn't.
I'm sure they did.
We saw it.
I can't even enjoy the original Star Wars trilogy anymore because they're so bad.
They sucked.
So bad. I don't like anything Star Wars. Never did.
I should probably try watching them again. A lot of great shows had slow starts, including Cheers. So that's where the binge watching thing is an advantage because I can, and I do this all the time with some shows. I'll be like, if this episode's slow and it isn't that important to the narrative, I can blast past it. So I'm interested in the overall arc. That's what I want from you. Give me whatever the arc is or whatever the punchline is. I'll sit down and watch it. So like I said, Fallout for me, I was willing to watch every episode because it's new. It's new to me. So you got to world build. You got to show me things in order for me to understand these characters. And the actors were so good that I was like, okay, yeah, I'm invested. Show me what this character's doing. Show me what this person's doing. This is going on. I'm like, cool. I like it. What is? Enjoy it.
I forget. I know his name. It's just I can't get it out. But the lead actor in Fallout, who's been in so many
Goggins.
Walton. I think it's Walton.
I'll get the name, but
I think it's Walton Goggins. I'll watch anything that guy is in. Like he was in what was it, Justified years ago? He was freaking incredible. I mean,
he was also in The Shield. That's why the timing of it worked out great because I actually finished watching The Shield and then the Fallout series was there. And I was like, oh, yeah, it's the same guy. And then I was able to watch that. I was like, he was great in it.
He's awesome in anything. I've seen him in shows that suck, but he did a great job in.
Walton Goggins. Goggins.
Yep. I think he's fantastic.
Yeah. And he does a great job as the ghoul. And Ella Purnell, she's actually an English actress. She's the lead in this.
Yeah.
She's very good. Yep. Very good. Very good. Because the character that they have her play, like she does a great job with what that character is. And you can see the development in the one season, the change that happens in that one character, and it is played perfectly.
Yeah, I thought it was. I enjoyed the show.
Yeah. Or his music, that's right. Yeah, with Shatner. Yeah,
William Shatner does have albums, and he talks. He talks, sings. He doesn't actually sing. He kind of talks over the music.
So, Eric, if you ever get a chance to watch The Good Place, one of the gags on there is that I believe. So, one of the gags there is that there's the good place, the bad place, and the medium place. I believe the medium place is the middle, is purgatory, effectively.
Yeah.
And one of the jokes is that there is a jukebox that plays all the music, but then the joke is that it's like bad covers and whatever, and the spoken word William Shatner album.
Oh yeah,
and that's the joke. That's one of the things they stick in the medium place.
Yeah, that would be
mediocrity.
Medium.
The medium place.
Yeah, that would be medium. I agree.
Yeah. So that's the joke. The joke is that the joke is that that's in the medium place. I think one of the reasons I love James Bond is because I've seen dozens of Bond movies. The body of work helps me enjoy each of them more. Had 007 been one and done, I'm not sure I'd be a fan. Sure. I think that's fair. It also helps that it gives people with generations the opportunity to see different versions of Bond, and people are allowed to have a favorite. They can be like, this is my favorite Bond, and this one I didn't like as much, but this other one I thought was pretty good too, and then etc. And then you can still allowed to have your favorite, and you can still enjoy the other ones for different reasons. It works out. As funny as the 70s Terry Bradshaw Christmas album. There you go. And
that one.
But the other reason I was going to mention with the Ella Purnell thing was I actually saw on YouTube, you can find supercuts for different things. But one of the supercuts you can find is that the thing is, you know, she starts off the show and she's all positive and bubbly and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And her thing is that she says okie dokie. But in the supercut, they show all the different okie dokies, and as time changes, the context changes. She's saying the exact same thing, but the tone keeps changing until at the very end, it's a resigned, my world has been shattered, okie dokie. And you got the entire spectrum with okie dokies.
Yep. My daughter said that, you know, when she first said it, my daughter hit the pause button and told me that's a thing. I said, okay, I'm ready for the thing. So, you know, it was good to watch it with somebody that knew the video game backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
To explain it all to me.
There is deep lore. Like if they now, from what I understand, they're going to go, because based on the end of the season 1, it feels like they're going to explore what they call New Vegas, which is kind of another layer of lore into the whole world. The thing is, there's actually pretty deep. They can have a run of multiple seasons and stick with new stories and keep layering it on as they want. They have that option. So I was like, I like it. Sure. That's cool, man. Carlos says, no one is allowed to have a favorite Bond unless it's Sean Connery. Fair.
Okay, fair enough.
Eric's George Lazenby Love will have to wait for another day.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hulk Hogan has an album. It's a steaming pile of shit.
Yeah.
A lot of things Hogan does are that, yes.
If he touches it, it's usually a steaming pile of shit. Like every movie.
You know what the irony is, though? Hogan probably could have made a decent album if he had just stuck to playing guitar. Because he actually played in a band before he took up wrestling. So if he actually just dedicated himself to just that one task and let somebody else sing or carry the load another, it probably would be fine.
Yeah, right.
He says, just, you know what? You're good at this one thing. Just stick to that. Just stick to that, brother. Don't do anything else. Kristen Stewart to star of the next James Bond. Psh, book it, Bob. Done.
That would just be horrific.
It would be the greatest James Bond of all time.
Oh, just shut up. Don't say things like
of
that.
all time. Of all
And
time.
I find that movies now, I don't even know the actors. Like they're all like, the superheroes aren't even big like Schwarzenegger or, you know, just small guys who, whatever, you know. It's I haven't seen.
So they're not big like Schwarzenegger. They're small like Reggie.
I haven't seen a movie in a long time.
Action figure size.
Hmm?
As I say, they're not big like Schwarzenegger. They're small like Reggie.
Yes.
You know, before the workout routine.
Before the steroids, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But no, there's no movies that I've wanted to see. nothing. It's like there's no reason to
It's
go.
pretty
anymore.
dry. It's pretty dry.
Very dry for
But-
the last how many years?
Yeah, but like like I said, Deadpool movies I like because they're funny enough for what they're.
The last one wasn't that great. The ones before, yeah, amazing.
There's only been 2.
Are you
Deadpool
sure?
1 and Deadpool 2. Yeah, Deadpool 1 and Deadpool
Okay,
2.
maybe the second one I didn't like. I don't know.
The second one I thought was pretty good, actually. I enjoyed it for what it was.
Oh,
and
where his wife died, and yeah, okay, yeah.
yeah, they had Brolin as Cable, like that was good.
Yeah, Brolin
Like,
was good. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. And the little end scene at the end where he's retconning things and he's using a time machine to go back and
Yeah.
like I thought that was solid. Like I enjoyed that thoroughly.
Yeah, and I like the guy at the bar.
I'm looking forward to that third one because they're gonna have him and Wolverine.
Maybe it's that I heard that it wasn't so good, but anyways, we'll see.
Yeah. Right now, I'm very satisfied with 1 and 2, and I'm looking forward to 3. I think it'll be fun. Again, if you don't take it too seriously, it's very enjoyable.
He's one of the few, and he's got a great sense of humor. So sarcastic.
That's the key. Like that character is not meant to be taken seriously. So if you just enjoy it in the context of what it is, I think it's quite enjoyable.
Mhm.
Hobby Champ says, I watched numerous videos on YouTube of Hulk Hogan and his endless lies he tells. Yes, he does. Every time a man opens his mouth, he is saying a lie. Honestly, Daniel Craig is probably the closest to Ian Fleming's character. Maybe not in appearance. True. There's elements of it. I think that's fair. Michael Cera to start the next Terminator. Done. Book it. I don't think what you all understand is like I am here for it. I enjoy listening to people complain about things that don't matter that much. So I'm like, dude, do it.
We
But
don't need another
do it.
Terminator. Terminator's done.
I think we need 12 more Terminators. Whatever will anger people the most.
Mm.
Kristen Stewart can also be the Terminator. Done. Let's do it.
Well, we have so many actors that haven't done anything. Christian Bale. We have like all the great guys from like 5-10 years ago gone. They're like in retirement age. Now they come back in movies and they're grandfathers. It's like, what? What happened? Or parents, you know? It's like, I just watched, what was I watching? Oh, that new movie with that wrestling guy. I forget what it was. Who was that East Indian guy who was driving the cab for him and he was offering him Canadian chocolates? Forget that movie. Anyways, I was just watching that. That was actually pretty good. Whatever.
You guys gonna be nice now?
Huh?
I left because you weren't being nice. Are you gonna be nice?
You
now?
left?
You went to the washroom or something.
What I did is none of your business, Mr.
I
Burrell.
mean, I am shocked by this
None of
revelation.
business.
I am shocked by this revelation.
Mm-hmm. Did you bring your knife?
I think the big thing for me, like in all seriousness, is that when it comes to movies and TV shows and stuff, like there's just so many anyway that I'm sitting there like, okay, if you guys can't come up with anything interesting, that's cool, that's fine, great. There's enough stuff. Like I don't have enough time left in my life to watch all the stuff that could potentially be watchable. Like, look, I could just go watch reruns of Rescue 911. We'll be fine. As a people, we'll be fine.
I don't know.
I think a lot of folks spend too much time worrying about it. They're sitting there complaining about all the new movies and new TV shows. Like, fine, then don't watch them. It's okay. Listen, don't watch the new movies. Don't watch the new TV shows. Don't open the Great Breakers Delight boxes because you're poor.
Because you're poor.
I have no time
Just
to watch
accept
movies when it's all the content that's out there. People dropping my names, but not dropping me a note to say come on the show. But just saying.
Yep.
Did
Maybe.
they know that Carlos and I don't come along everywhere you go?
No.
Because it might be us that's holding you back from getting on that show.
The old entourage.
Yeah. If
Oh, you're talking about, sorry, are we talking about the Hockey Card Gong Show thing?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Do they know that Bobby can go do that by himself and that we're not a package deal?
Maybe not.
I have a counter theory. They're stupid.
Oh. Okay. Bring it up.
It's a theory. I'm workshopping it. My counter theory is they're dumb. Rule number one.
Minnesota.
Yeah, like they're a little slow. Like I'm sorry. It's like there is Instagram, emails, smoke signals. There's options, you know. Just throw it out there.
And you can support them on Patreon.
Ooh.
Does anybody do Patreon anymore? No.
Well, no, they look. They've conned people into paying for that shit.
Really?
They have literally conned people. Yes. There are people who don't have necks that have heads that float that have paid for that shit.
They didn't even buy that book. That book was given to them, my book, which is now, if you find one, it's $200-300.
Bobby, they don't make any money on it. They've explained this numerous times. They collect Patreon money, but they don't make any money. The man whose head floats was part of it. He used it as part of his bribe. I mean, money that he could graciously donated so they could say nice things about coasters.
Basically.
Yeah, they don't understand what grading is, but they like what coasters are doing. They like the coaster makers.
So they're referencing a book, my price guide from 2006. Yes. That's how far back this goes. Let alone the app is like 1,000 times better. But
what?
Listen, it'll take 10 to 12 years before they realize there's an appetizer available.
Times better whenever it comes out.
Yeah, whenever it comes out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I heard something different that time.
I mumbled. I was drinking Pepsi.
Look, Bobby, Bobby loves his food. He's talking about appetizers. Calm down.
Yeah, it was good.
So anyway, Bob Boozle says, Carlos, you're missing out on a lot of good home and gardening content. Facts.
I do like cooking shows, though.
I did actually, I think I've got a little time left on my Netflix before it shuts off again. And I watched a couple more. I watched a lot more of those real estate shows because they got those real estate shows. They're all very trashy. Speaking of bad,
they're so TV. Trashy, but they're almost good. They're so trashy.
They're fun for what they are. If you take them in the context for what they are. But apparently they added an English version of it. There's an English
version. No way.
And I'm sitting there like, oh my God. And through one episode, they're all like prim and proper and they're almost like getting along like teammates. I'm like, what is wrong with this picture? By episode 2, they're sniping at each other. I'm like, okay, now we get y'all figured it out. Okay. You get the formula. Now I get you.
So you want views, you gotta act up a bit.
It's so formulaic. It's such trash. But I'm sitting there like, I kind of like this trash. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I accept it for what it is.
But they put the effort in. Is enough.
Look, and I'll say, if you watch it for the fake drama, you can also watch it because actually that's a pretty cool house. Like it's a real estate show as well. Like it's got the 2 elements of it. And then the rest of the time it was my sniping. Yeah. Well, the funny thing though is I always laugh whenever I look at one of those shows. I'm like, I could actually call one of these real estate agents and get them to show me a house or something. And I'm sitting there like, that would just be so weird.
It would be.
Like you're sitting there going like, but what if you're an actual buyer? Like, would you watching one of these shows? Would you ever call any of these people?
No.
Just imagine.
Because you don't want to hear what they said behind your back after you.
Exactly. It's like you're sitting there like this show's going on.
No thanks.
Now I'll tell you. Now I know Netflix is listening because obviously, but what I'm thinking
obviously.
Well, this is obviously Fanatics, Overlords, Netflix, all the big players are listening, but. I want to pitch something. So I want to read this and I'm going to pitch something. So Zach here, 24 likes, 26 watch. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Zach. We need some more likes though. Eric wants to pay for it. We need some more likes. Eric, make your pitch. Why do we not want likes?
There's.
Oh, sorry, your audio cut out. But anyway, what I was going to say. So I got an idea. I think Netflix needs to get on this. This is the best thing ever. We're going to call it Card Shop. And we're going to take the Netflix cameras over to Sports World. In sunny, scenic, wherever the fuck New England, somewhere Eric's stupid shop is, whatever that trash is, over there, we're going to take the cameras in there, and we are going to show day to day what happens at the card shop. And all you're going to see is a bunch of cards being opened up. Hey, we got some cards. And then you're going to have a bunch of angry people yelling at each other. And then you're going to have Eric flinging mayo at people, and somebody's going to be on fire running in the back. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be the greatest show that Netflix has ever put on. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. It'd be like
a brief shining moment.
Yeah.
And for a brief shining moment, Eric may actually be elevated as a reality TV star, and he'll gain like 10 followers.
It'll be like the Hardcore Pawn, that show.
Amazing.
In a sports card kind of.
I'll tell you this. Other than the, just be serious for a second. Other than the mayonnaise, you basically described what goes on there.
Which is why I want a fucking camera there, Eric.
Madhouse. No, we'd get canceled in about 4 seconds.
By canceled, you mean renewed for 12 more seasons?
Actually, they did. He did do a show. There was a show on his shop Remember?
He's done a couple of different things. Yeah.
Yeah, there
he's
was
done-
one major show that was on where he was going around doing buys and showing stuff at the shop, and I forget what it was called, but it was really kind of cool. But it didn't go anywhere.
No.
Well, like I said, the problem is they don't have enough characters. That's why I
Well-
say we take
Well,
the
Eric
cameras
wasn't
in
there
now.
yet.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they can't show really how people behave when no one's around.
Yes, you can, Eric.
Yes.
Again, I'm going to remind you
That's
that reality
good
TV
TV.
show is trash. That's what we want.
Yes,
Oh my God.
you can't be
Thank
successful without it.
Time. When I used to work there full time, I'd come home with a headache. Now with part time, I can shake it off by the time I get home. But
This is what the people need. This is what we want. We don't want, King of Collectibles season 2, Kenny being boring. Unless the man wants to light himself on fire, cancel that shit and get me Card Shop season 1. Let's go, kids.
Yep.
I fix it.
there's some craziness that goes on.
I'd
Like,
watch.
Mhm.
Oh, I'd watch.
we say
I
all-
would
this is-
reactivate my Netflix subscription for this shit.
we look at each other sometimes after something goes down and go, this is not real life. This we live in an alternative universe here. This is not real.
I guess so.
Once upon a time, Bobby, back in the old call center days, if I had a camera and the audio playing in from calls,
Well, you'd be a millionaire.
Just remember, Brad and Yannick have been to the shop. They a little bit of the nonsense that goes on.
I used to on my Facebook when I actually use Facebook more. When I worked at the call center, which is now 13 years ago, give or take. Yeah. Somewhere, 13, 14, 15 years ago. They're right about there. I used to do like a thing, and I would always preface it with, this is a real call. And then I would explain the scenario and I would explain what somebody said. And I just used to remember, and people would be like, that is not, like, and I'm sitting there like, dude, I took that phone call. That is exactly the way the conversation, my brain, it's seared into my brain. Like, and it was, the people would say the dumbest things and simple questions, simple things. And I'm like, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My friend, and it would always be really simple stuff because it was tech support. It was, your TV's not working, whatever. And I give a very simple piece of instructions. I remember one off the top of my head. It would be like, one of the things you had to do was, in order to sync up your TV with the receiver, because you could sync it up, the remote could turn on both on and off at the same time, which, by the way, was a terrible feature because people are stupid and they wouldn't hold down the power button long enough. They'd press it quickly and it would turn off one and leave the other on, and they'd be like, and they would get out of sync. And I'm sitting there like, when I got that call, I'd be like, oh, one of these. I'm like, okay. All you got to do is basically just activate one or deactivate the other so that they're resynced. And then I said, okay. So all you got to do is hold down the power button for 3 or 4 seconds. 3 or 4 seconds, that's it. Hold it for 3 or 4 seconds, and then you can release. No problem.
Don't you hate when they ask you another question? Should I hold the other one too?
Well, the question I got, Bobby, that specifically led to me making a post at that point on Facebook was that I said that instruction. I said, hold it down for 3 or 4 seconds. And they're like, I don't know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you don't know what 3 or 4 seconds is? It is a measure of time.
Mm-hmm.
You end that with dumbass.
No, I could maintain a semblance of professional, but my incredulousness would still come through. It is a measure of time.
I would have to end that with, it is a measure of time. Dumbass.
It was so, like, there were days that I would sit there going, and I would sit there going like, there were so many things I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
But I managed to stay employed for 2.5 years, which should tell you the amount of restraint that I had, because I'd hear so many dumb things every single day.
You were entertained. No wonder you lasted 2.5 years.
Well, that's the truth, Bobby. With my sensibilities, when I heard that level of stupidity, I'd be like, I am going to mock this man. Mm-hmm. I have a way. I can pretend to be helpful while mocking this man. I am going to now send you on an adventure. We're going to have an adventure time. I'm gonna send you on a quest to find no Grail.
I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna frustrate you from 10 ways from Sunday, and you're gonna love it.
Yeah, it's like, well, now that you have brought this evil upon me,
Mhm.
I can only respond in kind, sir. And we're gonna have some fun now. But it was all the time, man. It was crazy. So Dave says, yes, I love the idea. Carlos Eric needs his own Netflix show. Facts.
Oh,
Hi, I'm bringing 50 Movon rookie cards. I like to be paid $100 bills. Truth.
Hey, Bob, that's every day. Every day we get calls or people walk through the door, and I was looking on eBay and someone is selling this for $5,000.
What's the population? If you divide it out, everybody's been there once.
Oh, it's just constant.
It's been in business for 20-something years, so you do the math. It's like
86.
Yeah, 30-something years.
I mean, it's just constant every day. Every single day, we have to have the same conversation that people can ask
That makes
for.
your job easier, though. You don't have to think.
Yeah, I don't have to. I just hit play and then rewind. Yeah, it doesn't matter what people are asking. It's about, did they get that money? No, that's not what it's for. We can offer you this. Well, it's worth $100. Okay, great, but we can't give you $100 and then sell it for $100. We would be out of business in a week. Yeah, it's the stuff that people come in with and they just don't get it.
You should document that. Carlos missed out on that. But you have the ability right now to do that.
That could be a show in itself. Just these stupid people coming in and asking for lots and lots of money. And then they come in with fake stuff. We tell them it's fake. They want lots of money. We say, we're not giving you any money, and they get upset. And it's like, it's not my fault that you bought something that's fake. I'm not taking it off you. Oh, come on. All right. How about $50 then? It's still fake.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. It's like, I know you were first asking for 100 and now you're asking for 50. It's fake at 100. It didn't get real at 50. It's still fake.
Yeah. Yeah.
I go, how about this? You leave it here and then I'm going to go throw it in the dumpster out back. I'll do that for you.
And then the guy will say, and then I get my $50.
Oh, it's just and then you get all these people who call in that are either drunk or high. And while they were drunk or high, they had this premonition like, oh man, I bet I could sell that hockey card or that baseball card I've had. And they go and get it and they call, hey, I was just thinking about this. How much for it? How much for what? My baseball card. Well, what baseball card is it? It's Wade Boggs. What year of Wade Boggs?
Please not.
So Carlisle, the second half of it is exactly right. I watched one of my colleagues have a nervous breakdown who had been working at the call center for years, and the last call finally put him over the edge. That was it. They couldn't take it anymore. Whereas I took 50,000 phone calls on tech support. So I was the escalation point. And I also did floor walking, which is I was the escalate. If you needed to escalate, I was the supervisor you spoke to. I had no problem. I had the right temperament and sensibility where I would sit there and be perplexed at some of the calls I took.
Sure.
But I never bothered me 1 second as soon as I got home. When it was done, it was done. And then I'd come in the next day and do 12-hour shift voluntarily because I was getting double time and a half.
Why not?
I was making bank.
It's like it's a little bit like my previous job working in the mental health business. I had horrible things said to me. I been physically assaulted a couple of times, spit on a couple of times. You don't take it personally. And I can go back to work. I can go back to work every single day, happy as can be and no problem. Now, if you spit on me or throw a punch at me in the parking lot of the Target or the Target, I'm not going to be calm and happy about it. But when you go to work and you know what you're in for and that you're dealing with a clientele with issues, and it's pretty much just the public in general, you don't take it personally. So the things that they said or did, I didn't get upset about. And
Just at the card shop?
no, I'm talking about back when I was working in the mental health field.
I know, yes. Because you
well,
are
the same
working in
thing.
mental health
The
at
same
card
thing.
shop.
Say it is the same thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it didn't matter what they said or did, because they were there to get help. They were there because they had issues. They were there for the reasons they were there, and it wasn't personal.
Mm-hmm.
So I never got upset. But don't even think about talking to me that way or putting your hands on me or whatever it is.
He's got knives
In a Target parking lot, because it's go time.
He'll stab you 10 ways from Sunday.
I have no patience for that crap outside of work. In work, nothing bothered me.
Mm-hmm.
Carlos says, I take my job too personally. The happiest people could leave work at the office. That was the thing. I actually, the problem that that job had was that it was always going to be repetitive, which I didn't mind too much, especially at the time. I was good with it. But the pay sucked. You are going to get crapped on all the time. So you're taking abuse endlessly, which again didn't bother me. I didn't never let it bother me. And I actually really like my coworkers because we were all in it to get in the same situation, the same thing. The camaraderie was actually really good. So we would go out afterwards. We'd have a drink. We'd hang out for a bit, have a bite to eat, and commiserate. And that was one of the more fun work experiences I had, to be honest. But you have to have a certain mentality for it, because because if you don't and you take it home with you, the amount of things that people would say to you, and like they take out all their frustrations on you.
Yeah.
And just to give context, our calls center was so backed up. It was a 24/7 call center, but we were so backed up, and I usually will work the evening shift. So a lot of times I was working 4 to midnight. I was working 3 to 11, et cetera, et cetera. And we were so backed up on the main lines that sometimes you'd have to wait upwards of 3 hours to talk to me or any of the other techs. And I was pretty efficient in getting people taken care of and get them off the line and move on. But imagine you wait 3 hours, and this happened at least once or twice a day for 2.5 years. You'd wait 3 hours to talk to me. I didn't waste any of your time. I got straight into the account. I looked at the situation or whatever. But then I would sit there and be like, your television is not on. Remember, there's a receiver and there's a TV. And I'd say, your TV's working. And they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, what time does it say on the receiver? And they give me the correct time. I go, your receiver's getting the signal. Turn it on. And they're like, what do you mean? I mean, walk up to the receiver and literally press the power button. And they're like, no, humor me. Press it. As soon as they press it, the sound would come on. And then it'd be like, I waited 3 hours for it. I can't help it. Not my problem. Like, you could have pressed the power button on your own at any time.
Stupid. I can fix your TV, but I can't fix stupid.
Every single day, twice a day minimum, I would have that call. Minimum. Every day for years. I actually found a couple of my old Facebook posts, and I'll read a couple of the comments here in a second. But I got to read a couple of these here. I found some of my old Facebook posts. Fortunately, you can sort by year, so it helps. Okay, so this is from 2012, late 2012. I must be living in a bizarre world. Someone actually waited to reach tech support just to ask the burning question of burning questions. Fortunately, my sarcasm was unabated, even in 2012. 2012, Carlos. A younger man. Is there another number that I can call for technical support that gets through more quickly? That was the question.
The answer?
Me. No, I'm afraid there isn't. Them. Okay, thanks. That's what I wanted to know. Hangs up.
Hours to get.
They waited hours to ask. You reached the genie. You reached the oracle to ask your question. I have answered your question.
At least they won't call back.
Yes. So this was also in the month of December 2012. While I really don't mind, unplugging the receiver's power, because that was the instruction I gave, is not actually a euphemism for unplugging the phone. But hey, who am I to argue the results? Another problem solved. All the time. Here, please note, when I ask you if you have a satellite currently, yes, then no, then yes again is not a valid answer if you want me to activate your receiver.
Do you take the 2 yeses over the 1 no?
At that point, I just kind of let it sit for a while. I just kind of want to let it roll for a bit. Let's just see how this goes.
See if you can squeeze another no in there. Yeah.
That is how you become acclimated to being able to deal with almost any manner of foolishness. When you're just sitting there like, you're like 10 hours into a 12-hour shift and you get some random nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go. Dear Mr. Customer, when I ask you to look back the back of the receiver that has power connected to it, I do not mean stare at the back of your remote control.
Oh, no.
That was a real thing.
It did have batteries. So sort of a sense of power.
Look, I once had a 10-minute conversation with an old lady who insisted that her receiver and everything was exactly the same way it was. But in the course of asking a few questions, I was able to confirm that her receiver was physically unplugged from power. She believed that her receiver worked on magic and imagination.
Magic. I love it.
And imagination.
Well, imagination.
You need imagination to.
Very powerful. Yes. It's a powerful thing. Yeah.
It's important.
And 10 minutes where she's arguing with me that it was always like that. I'm like, it is unplugged. It is not, there is no power going into the box. It will not do anything without electrical power.
Yes.
Why are we arguing? What are we arguing about here? Bob Wilson says, don't let crazy people deprive you of a paycheck. Unfortunately, you can't hit customers anymore due to phones. Well, luckily, I was on the other side of the phone. Getting Carlos to the call center would be great. He's competent, can understand things well. Well, what's funny is that the customers that weren't idiots actually did appreciate that my goal in life, in that job, was to get the job done and get you off the phone. I'm not just in dilly-dallying or whatever. Like, no, like if you answer my questions, I could diagnose your problem and fix your problem quick, fast, because I knew my stuff. So if you actually had a legitimate issue, you could do worse because I solved those problems fast and got them out the door. So it's like, I'll fix your problem. No problem. That's fine. But just answer my questions. I'm asking you all the questions for a reason. I'm not wasting time with stupid questions that don't matter. They're diagnostic questions. What I'm asking you is so I can get to the cause of your problem as quickly as possible. Because that's all I was trying to do. And that's actually why I got to do the escalations, because they're like, well, you know your shit. So go ahead. And then I would plug in. Somebody else was struggling and I'd plug in and fix it in like a minute. Sometimes I would try to teach them a little bit. I'd be like, okay, look, I've already solved the problem. I already know exactly what's going on. So have you figured it out yet? And then I would be like, look here. What does that say? So if they're getting this, what does that mean? Oh, this? Yeah.
Education.
So that's the answer.
Yes.
Yeah. But it was also teaching them what questions to ask, because a lot of them would ask bad questions that didn't.
Yeah.
That question will not get you closer to the answer. You need diagnostic questions that'll be like, the dumbest stuff is always the easy stuff. Okay, your receiver, your TV's not working. Okay, is the receiver on?
What's that doohickey?
Yeah,
doohickey.
But there's a bunch of them where you knew what the model was, and you'd be like, okay, is there a clock on it? Yes. Okay, what time does it say? What time does it say? And depending on where you live in the country, either the time's right or the time's wrong. So that I've already answered one question. Are you getting signal? And then we go from there.
Yeah.
Sometimes the stuff's not plugged in. Like, the thing is, as dumb as it sounds, sometimes the stuff just isn't plugged in. So it should not take you more than 3 minutes to figure that out. And if that's the answer, give them the bad news and send them on their way.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Zach says, I don't know if you've ever seen it at a show, but I've watched people bring in 5 row boxes of junk era at Dallas Car Show, no doubt. Staff stops them at the front door. There you go. PSA customer service must be a good gig. No one answers the phone. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have a customer service?
That'd be a good gig. They allegedly. Serious question. When do you know it's time to leave your job? So for me, I'll only speak to that specific one and other ones. When there was nothing more that I could do, my supervisor at that time, if I'm being generous, was not smart. Let's go with not smart. He was intelligence impaired. And I remember having a conversation with my supervisor. I was to tell you what it was with that job. Like I said, I did it for 2.5 years. We had quotas for upgrades and new accounts. I was a tech support representative, which means, and I had this conversation for like a year with my supervisor. You do realize that when people are calling me, it is because their television broke. And if they have to wait
They're
hours,
their upgrade broke.
yeah, they have to wait for hours to reach me to hopefully solve their problem. They are not in the best of moods. And you think I should be selling them on an upgrade or trying to get them to get their friends to get the satellite service.
Carlos, I sometimes lose control and have to excuse myself and take a breather when I've been waiting. I've had problems. They're not getting fixed or addressed. Mm-hmm. And then they try to sell me something. And it's like, I am a second away from parting ways with your company. And you're trying to sell me on more of your crap. Mm-hmm. I get furious.
Yep.
Someone's got to get paid.
That was the mandate. Like, you were told you had to do it to hit certain numbers. So you're being told to have that conversation. And I remember specifically being like, do you realize how many people I have talked off the ledge from canceling your service?
Yeah.
They were furious. The fact that I was able to calm them down and get them to the point where they could have a civil conversation with me, I could fix their problem. And by the time they were done, they had been effectively diffused, and they're going to go another month paying for your service. I feel like that's almost like adding a new customer. I saved your collective asses. Mm-hmm. What are we doing here? Trust me, that's just as good as getting a new customer, because it takes a long time. Because when you get a new customer, you have to give them a free receiver, a free dish, installation, all that stuff. It actually costs you money to get a new customer, like until 6 months in. Mm-hmm. Retaining a customer that didn't abandon you out of rage should be worth more. That was my argument.
As you sell the front door, the back door, there's losing people. You're retaining the attrition is just amazing. Well,
that's the reason. That was the reason why the number of subscribers stayed pretty much static for the entire 2.5 years I worked there. It never went up. We would lose all these people and then use promos to bring in a bunch of new people, and then we'd lose another one set next month. And I'm sitting there like, well, it doesn't get any better. How do you expect it to be? Like, whatever. So one time I had this conversation with my supervisor, and I had already given up on trying to explain the new user thing. Like, it was a dumb policy, but I'm like, fine, whatever. But the upgrade one was also one that I was sitting there like, this is stupid. But also, I also said to him, I was like, man, it is ridiculous. This doesn't make any sense to do it. Number one, because you're fighting the customer all the way. But number two, and I told him this because I was trying to get the point across. I'm like, this is dumb. We can game the system. I literally told him, you understand, we can game this. And he looked at me and goes, no, you can't. Fine. Okay. So at the time, you get your metrics. At the time, you're supposed to do 40 upgrades a month. That at my role, it was 40 upgrades a month. That's what was required. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when people are furious, it's tougher than you think. It's tougher than you think.
Astronomical. Honestly, I think that's an astronomical number.
It is. And even then, given that I didn't give a crap and thought it was stupid, I was getting between 30 and 35. Which was pretty good. Honestly, I thought pretty good.
Considering.
Again, I was able to talk people off the ledge, and sometimes they were grateful enough they were willing to at least add something on. I'm like, great. Okay, fine.
No way.
So that I thought was pretty solid. But I'm getting flack from the supervisor here saying, oh, but you got to hit 40. And I'm sitting there like, dude, you can game this. So fine. So I said, fine. I said to Buddy Boy, fine. I'll prove it to you. I've been 30 to 35 for years. I told this guy this, and I said, fine. The next month rolled around. I had 347 upgrades. Because do you know how the upgrades were measured? In the system, sometimes you needed to send a signal to the receiver to reset it. Now, I'm sure they've changed the system since then, so I'm not really giving away anything special. And it doesn't matter at this point. Good luck to them. So anyway, you send a signal to the receiver to reset it. One way you could do that was to intentionally pull the packaging off the system and then put it back on. It was the same package. I would not change one single channel in your package. I would leave it exactly the same as it was before. And I would even tell you I'm doing this to reset your box, which, by the way, it would do. It would actually do that. But by doing that, the system would record it as an upgrade. because I went and pulled everything. So I put you to basically 0. And then I put everything that you already had exactly as it was back on. So your bill did not go up 1 cent. It didn't go down a cent. It didn't go up a cent. Nothing changed. But the system counted it as an upgrade.
Nice.
So I went from 30 to 347 upgrades in a month. And when I went in there, I said, so do you see anything? He goes, great job, Carlos. You increased it.
Oh, really?
Doesn't strike you as odd that it increased by 300?
Mm-hmm.
Not suspicious at all, is it?
The answer to that question below is, when do you know it's time to leave your job? Is when your supervisor or manager become rule number 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Never let them get to 3. 3 is way over.
So the bottom line was that I had this manager. So I was in this weird middle ground. And unfortunately, that's the way the middle ground was. I would actually get good bonuses every quarter because I was doing a good job. And I was also doing escalations and everything else. But because my metrics were not high enough, my manager at the time, supervisor, would spend every single monthly meeting we had complaining that my metrics weren't good enough. So the argument was you can't get promoted because your metrics aren't good enough. But at the same time, you're doing a good job, so we'll give you a good bonus.
Oh, that's nice.
Makes no sense. It's completely counterproductive. Like, never mind. Heaven forbid. Heaven forbid it should make sense. Mm-hmm. So, Carla, sorry, I got sidetracked because memories, a lot of memories on that one. It's time to leave your job. It's time to leave your job when A, you can, and B, if the irritation of the job surpasses your willingness to tolerate it. That's what it comes down to. That's all it was. Anytime I've ever left. Now, most of the time when I left a role, I was already able to line up another role. So when I did leave the call center, I actually had another gig lined up after. Now, it turned out that wasn't a good fit, but I didn't get a chance to realize that until I had a chance to do it for a bit. And then I went to another call center. This was for a banking call center. But it wasn't a good fit because you talk about metrics. The metrics are even worse than the banking side of things. It's ridiculous. It was a pay raise though. The base salary was a pretty substantial increase, which is nice. But yeah, it didn't work. And so then that's when I worked in a pharmacy for 6 months, just as a little bridge. And then I ended up getting a gig at a different bank to work in their internal call help desk, which was really good. And that kind of launched my career working on the banking side. And I've been doing that for the better part of the last decade. Mm-hmm. So it actually has worked out quite nicely. So sometimes you're one shift away from finding something that works better.
Yeah.
You never know.
Have to enjoy what you do for the most part too.
I agree.
Since going through 40 years, 50 years of working somewhere where you're not appreciated and enjoy the job. But some people are stuck, unfortunately.
Yeah. Most of the time, whenever I left something, it was either for more pay or a better situation. Yeah. So if you can get one or both of those things, then it's not a bad idea. But if you don't, the last one before my current role, I left because it just wasn't tenable. Yeah. I couldn't do it anymore, and there was like no way. My current, I'm enjoying it quite a bit. It's actually pretty nice, and it works for the moment. And we'll see how things go. But if they want me around, I'm certainly willing to keep doing it. It's just a matter. It's on them. It's because I'm back to doing some contract work. I've done in the past. I've done contract multiple times, and a bunch of times I end up with full time after, and sometimes I stick with contract work. I've done both, and both have been good. It just depends on the situation and what they want to do. So I say to them, it's guys, ball's in your court. You tell me. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time and happy to keep doing it if that's what you want to do. I'm good with it. With this economy, I consider holding on to a crappy job longer. People are getting laid off to 1 month into their jobs. It is true. But yeah. I think, though, one counterpoint I would make, you're right, but one counterpoint I would make is it also depends on what you do. Because, if you're good enough at whatever it is you do, yes, there are companies that are hesitant to hire people, but there's a lot of companies who are like, but some of the people we have suck. I would much rather swap out somebody good and then move somebody else on, because then they're like, oh, well, then we can use the person who's better down the road. And that's what's it. And it's also fit. Like the thing I did was a contract. They needed somebody to fill the role, but you don't know how I'm going to do. So you say, oh, get in there and do it. And it's like, oh, no, we like what you're doing. Great. And let's see what happens. I had to bet on myself. A lot of times with those jobs, I bet on myself, and I said, I know I can do the job, so let's give it a go and see how it goes.
Mhm.
Bob Jackson says dealing with Amazon reps is the worst. Half the time they don't even read all of what you sent them and ask for information you already sent them. Yeah, some of the reps are not very good. Carlos, are you trying to say that no one ever accused your supervisor of being smart? Allegedly. By the way, as an epilogue to that story, after I left, like the same supervisor that complained about the numbers and said that, oh, well, you're not pulling enough numbers, and he kept bitching and moaning about it. Within 3 months after I left, it turned out that I was actually propping up his numbers. His team overall performance was actually horrific. And as soon as I left, within about 3 months, he had to beg for a demotion to keep his job because he was about to get canned. So he took a demotion just to remain employed. Rough times. Rough times.
Too bad.
Yep. So that's what I was saying there. So in retrospect, I'm thinking, like, if I'm Buddy, like, man, you should have been real nice to me because I was keeping your numbers from falling off the cliff because everybody else was already demotivated. Everybody that had been on his team, nobody ever got promoted. He always had something to complain about. So even if somebody performed well, he always had something to complain about to keep him in that role. So he'd keep you around. You know, you're doing a bad job, but I still want to keep you on my team. People could clue in pretty quick on what was going on there. So then they'd go in the tank. They'd stop trying. And then the numbers went off a cliff.
Yep.
So like, all right.
Most managers
not good management.
are not good people motivators or even understand the personality types. So most people are just the next guy who's in line.
Yeah. Well, the thing
10
is,
years,
if someone's thinking long term, isn't it better to be seen as someone who has actually been able to work with people that end up getting promoted? It's gonna look like, oh, you must be pretty good at like getting people to their potential or whatever it is. You start becoming associated with, actually, we put somebody on your team, they perform better. Well, then you must be doing a good job.
Mm-hmm.
So, but instead, he was getting people, and they go there, and then suddenly it would be a black hole. They'd be demotivated, and their performance would drop. Well, guess who gets associated with that after a while? You can only hide so long. It was interesting how that worked.
Yeah, I was when I was in corporate sales. I think I should have been the branch manager, but they hired this other guy who was kind of working as sales too. They took him instead of me, and I went, I'm training everybody. I'm doing all this. What's going on? I know more about coffee than even hockey at that time. And he goes, sorry, just we just like him. And I'm going, yeah, because he was a yes man, and I was not the yes man. So don't be the yes man.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anywhere. So I left.
Oh, Ziggy Palfy. Love it.
Oh, there you go.
Brendan Ryan says, Carlos, that's the type of skill set they could use a Panini, maybe. Steven Seagal released an album as well. If you can imagine how bad it is, multiply that thought by 10. Dang.
I like his emojis. I don't care. He was funny.
But also says, Carol had a stroke.
Good.
Carol had a stroke. We're going to need you to pick up her 80 hours a week. Yeah. There was a lot of that, man. The attrition it's a call center. The attrition is off the charts. Yes. A lot of people can't hack it. And by the way, I don't blame you. It's not, look, normal people cannot, a call center, like a real call center, we're talking like an inbound call center. Normal people cannot tolerate that kind of abuse for that long.
No.
And so imagine the kind of sicko you have to be to volunteer to do 12-hour shifts. Because I'm like, well, the overtime's pretty sweet. I'll take the extra hours. I did 12-hour shift. There were stretches of time where I do 12, 13 straight days of 12-hour shifts.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even skip a beat. But again, I can absorb it and be like, I don't care. There is nothing you can say that is going to throw me off here.
As long as you're not taking it personal, make the money. If you're going home crying every day because of the abuse you're taking on the phone, you need to find something else to do.
Yeah. When I eventually had bought this condo, I joke with my dad. I go, I should probably put a name on the side of it like a boat. And he goes, yeah, what would you put on it? I go, I'll put Shaw Money on it. Because that's where the money came from. It was all that overtime pay. So Carlos says, I argued with an AI chatbot long enough to convince it the logic to send me the part I needed. Turns out it had learned how to lie to me when they couldn't help me to get out of the chat. Nice.
Lovely.
Nice. Yeah. Will here says, ass kissing is an art and you did the corporate world. Not worth your time to do that kind of work if you can't pucker up. That is true. That is true. I think everybody's going to have to figure out their own deal. I always thought it was a thing where I was always comfortable with the idea of finding a little niche, a pocket, because I'm not one who's interested in climbing the corporate ladder. Never was. But there are pockets that you can find. And if you can become enough of a subject matter expert in a specific niche or category that is useful, you got to be willing to change up your stuff. Exactly. You find the right thing, there's something there for you. And you can make that work. And then also now, especially nowadays, side gigs, side hustles, do other things. Don't just, it's nice to have some other stuff going on so that you're not just relying on one thing.
Yeah.
But like I said, the jobs that I've been doing the last couple have been pretty good. Slowly they've gotten better, which has been weird for me because when I was starting out, I never thought that it would ever get to that point, and I can't complain.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's not perfect. I don't think I've ever seen the perfect job, but I can't complain. It's been okay.
Nice.
Here's one. I'll do one or two more, and then we'll switch over to one more car topic here. I don't know how we got down this rabbit hole. So I was surprised. So anyway, dear customers, whether it's been down for 3 minutes, 3 hours, or 3 days, if you were too lazy to unplug your receiver, that's all you needed to do to restore your TV while the other one was working the whole time, then my sympathy for you can best be summed up as
Yeah.
the $1 Million Man cackle before the $1 Million Man cackle. That was back in November 2012. Pre-30s Carlos.
Yes.
Quite a character that guy was.
Mm-hmm.
I remember him well. I think Eric, that guy was an asshole. I dare say it. I think that man was a jerk. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, crazy. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness, thank goodness I am now a man of peace.
Oh.
I've moved on beyond that.
Peace.
Thank goodness.
Man of peace. Oh, yeah.
My grandmother swore by DGADs. It was an acronym. Don't give a damn. When you can't help it or fix it, DGAD. I like it, Carlo. I like it. All right, last one for tonight, and then we'll switch off to one more thing because I thought there was one other thing here that I wanted to touch on as well. So real call, because I always led with real call because it's important because I'm like, people would be like, I don't believe, no, it's a real call. This is exactly how it went down. So real call. I've got no TV. Me. Okay, is your screen blank? Customer says yes. Is the light red or green light on? No lights. Turn it back on. Oh, it works. Have a great day. 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Carlos saves the day again.
Yes. Did you upgrade them? No.
Mm-hmm. All the time.
Mm-hmm.
It was turned off.
Mm-hmm.
You waited 3 hours for me to tell you to turn it on.
Yes.
You could have fixed it yourself in the time it took you to wait for me.
It's got to be something complicated. It can't be that simple because I'm not stupid. Mm-hmm.
All the time, every day. And I would just sit there going like, come on, guys. You're the reason it takes 3 hours to reach a tech.
I think you couldn't.
I can fix actual problems, I swear.
You couldn't wait to get to the next person's question. This is too funny.
Well, my favorite one was actually a dude that was like 100. It was at the end of the shift. It was right. I think it was right at midnight, basically, just before midnight. It was the last call I was going to take before the end of the day. And the guy calls him, and he's 1,000% stoned out of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell. Like you're listening to the man talking. He's like stoned out of his mind. And he goes, it's like, hi, I need some help. And I'm like, all right, what do you need help with? First I'm like, well, what's your account number? Whatever. And he goes, oh, I don't have an account. And I'm like, so why are you calling a satellite television call center? He goes, I need the phone number for Facebook. And at this point, it is like 11:55. I know now that I can milk this to midnight to get to the end of the shift and call it a night. So I'm like, all right, we're going to play along. Let's do it. And I'm like, why do you need the phone number to Facebook? He goes, oh, I got to talk to somebody. And I'm like, uh-huh. And follow-up question. Why do you think I would have the phone number for Facebook? And he goes, well, you're like in the industry. I'm like, sure. The satellite television company is in the industry with Facebook. Of course. Obviously. The logic seems Eric. The logic seems. It's hard to argue with that logic. That seems right.
Argue with that.
So now at this point, I'm amused. I'm extremely entertained, and I'm sitting there like, and I'm talking. So I chat with the guy for a couple minutes. And while I'm chatting with the guy, I'm just going on the Google machine, And because I'm like, what the hell? So I'm sitting there. I was able to find an old phone number to one of the Facebook offices.
Yeah.
I was able to find one. And I go, well, I found a phone number to one of the old Facebook offices. I can't promise you anything, but here's the number. I go, oh, thanks, man. You're a lifesaver. No problem, buddy. 12 on the dot.
Bye-bye.
Shift over. It was perfect. I was like, I love it. And I'm sitting there like, where do these people come from? What possesses them?
That's you, Floyd.
And I'm sitting there like, y'all are paying me for this. Let's go. That was our 12-hour shift. We are done.
Yeah.
It was great. Those were interesting times. Like I said, I miss them from one perspective because it was honestly, it was kind of a fun time. I'm not gonna lie. I got some great stories from that time, especially. And there were some fun memories from it. But yeah, I'd never want to. I couldn't go back to that now. I could do it, but I wouldn't want to. Not now. Too much time has passed. I've had a tough couple of weeks of work. It has helped to hear your stories about your previous jobs. I'm glad, Carlisle. I figured we'd have a little fun with it. Why not? But
I just want to say, because he said seriously earlier, I just wanted to say, I think Bobby kind of said the same thing. You have to factor in your finances and your happiness. Mm-hmm. And do you need the money more than to be happy, or do you need to be happy more than the money? Those are your two things. Why do you work? You work to make money to support your life. So the second thing is, are you happy? If you're absolutely miserable and it's ruining your life, you need to go find another job. But if you cannot take it personally and realize it's just work, I go in, I do what they want me to do. They give me money. I go home and I leave the unhappiness at work so I can be happy at home. So that's what you have to do. It's about money and happiness, and you have to decide which is more important, and no one can tell you which one is.
I'd agree. Yep. It's I've had, I guess, the fortune or misfortune where I've done that gig, and I worked years of retail. So what are the two worst jobs that everybody always talk? Oh, retail and call center. Like, I've done them both, and I managed to survive both for many years. Surprisingly, and it's literally the last decade that now I'm more white collar work, and I've done that. And by the way, that has its own problems. That has its own ridiculousness too.
Oh yeah.
So it's like it's a different kind of frustration that you'll deal with in that one. Bureaucracy is different from from the frustration you'll deal with the other one. Everything has something.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. We got a little Kim reference. Little Kim says, "Money, power, respect is the key to life." Well,
yeah. I mean, if Little Kim. So I mean, I'd listen.
Listen, man. I always appreciate some wisdom from Little Kim. I like that. But yeah, I just think it was very funny. And that's why I say, like, I can think back on those days fondly, which I think is a good thing for me. And I just go, yeah. And that's why I say, when I was scanning this, I'm like, oh man, I remember that. Even though it's been all these years, all so long, I'm like, yeah, I remember that. I remember those calls. But that's all right. So that is it. I think we'll wind down now a little bit here. And but before we go, stories from the call center was our pre-national show. Mm-hmm. Our next show will be on the Friday of the Nacional. Mm-hmm. We have arrived. Get ready. We are mere days away from the people descending upon Cleveland.
We have to get
condolences.
Yeah, right, exactly. We have to get somebody to do a live feed from there.
Yeah,
I think that's gonna be. I think that's going to be the next thing, man. I think that's going to be the next thing. Never heard of the National. I know. Sounds like fake news to me.
Yeah. What is that?
Sounds fake like the rookie card. It's not even a real thing.
Wear comfortable shoes.
Comfy.
Very comfy shoes. So we never got around to the power ranking. Maybe I'll have to save it for the podcast. I do actually have a power ranking league. So maybe I'll find some more pictures and some more shoes. Shit. Oh, crap. I forgot this one.
There's only one.
Yeah.
There's only
all
one.
Right. I forgot this one. August 7th, 2012, in the year of our Lord. Real call. Me, do you have fresh batteries? Clearly the remote control isn't working. Customer, yeah, I do. In the refrigerator.
Worst place for them.
Why?
A lot of people do that.
I can't prove it. I can't make this shit up.
Does your car start better in the winter or the summer? Come on.
I remember my grandmother kept batteries in the refrigerator. It's just something that people believe is the right thing to do.
Yeah, people are stupid.
That's not uncommon, especially with older folks. You'll find batteries in the refrigerator.
Yeah, old wives' tales, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. There's special times. You go, damn, I tuned in to learn which comfortable shoes to wear. I know, Carla. Look, Carla, I understand. It's like, listen, Bobby's getting a little tired, and I don't know if Eric has the energy to talk. Look, shoes are a very passionate topic.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the energy? Do we have the strength in us to talk about the shoes? I don't know.
There's only one answer, and that is
clogs. I know you're going to say clogs,
and that is the ultimate dad shoe. Okay. There's no other answer. This is the only thing that's acceptable.
Wallabies.
The number one dad shoe of all time.
Okay, Mr. Cleveland.
He's got the New Balance.
Yeah. That is it. All right. The white.
And by the way, Eric is specific. He means only a size 9.5.
Yes.
Whether your foot is bigger or not, it doesn't matter. The size 9.5 is what he's saying.
Ram it in there. All right. We are talking the ultimate white dads, because black dads, they're cool, right? We're talking white dad shoe. White guy dad shoe. That's it.
Last 2 out of my 3 shows have been semi-restricted for monetization, and I can only assume Eric is the cause. And if it happens this time, I know when it happens.
Why? Because I said black dads are cool and white dads aren't.
After deep hesitation, I think some of the most comfortable shoes. Collectors alert. Collectors gets gangrene from not wearing proper shoes in National. Facts.
Yeah.
New Balance. Yes.
Classic white leather white dad shoe. New Balance. That is the only answer.
I've never bought New Balance ever. They were the ugliest shoes when they came out.
It depends on the model.
30 years.
Well, those are the dad shoes. I use different ones depending on the situation.
Oh,
so that's the New Balance.
With New Balance makes some great shoes, but I'm talking about these are the dad shoes right here. Okay, we're talking you got to have some white socks that go up a ways, halfway up your shin.
Of course.
Some khakis shorts with the pockets on the side. Shirt tucked into those khaki shorts, right? Belt.
At least finally you're allowing your damn accent to come through. That's important.
Yeah.
Nice.
Khakis. You gotta love the khakis.
Well, there you go. There's your shoe.
We get very confused here in Massachusetts because when we say khakis, we don't know if we're talking about the things that start your car or the pants that you put on. We can do the same.
Bobby, this one you'll get because you'll get both sides of this reference. Eric may be a little confused. Call comes in. So I'm with Shaw Cable. I was wondering if you could tell me why I have a TELUS dish outside my house. The customer says they're with Shaw Cable. They ask why they have a TELUS dish outside my house. I respond, you've answered your own question. It says TELUS on it. I would try calling TELUS to ask them.
Yeah.
They're with Shaw Cable. They called Shaw Satellite to ask why there is a TELUS dish. Brilliant.
Yeah.
And I was just sitting there. Oh, memories. I don't know.
Out west now. Or are they?
Yeah. Well, they used to. I don't know if you remember this one, Bobby, but they still got it there. But the call center was actually in Mississauga.
Yeah.
It was, and it's actually not far from where I live, and that was part of why it was funny because when I had an apartment, I actually lived down not far from it, and the actual building looked like a satellite dish, and they bought it basically when they were Star Choice. So they were Star Choice first, Star Trek was what they purchased to become Shaw Satellite.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Here you go, Bob Boozle. The people that call Carl's the same guys calling Eric. Thanks. This is true. Just checking my notes to see if I didn't miss anything. We talked about the Chrome baseball. We talked about the hypocrisy of Cage. Talked about that. That was important. We did talk about Fanatics Collect rebranding. So the Fanatics. We got that going on for us.
That's an easy one.
Yes, yes.
We all seen it coming.
Yeah. I'll be curious though, because it is the weekly auction. I'll be curious if the tech holds up because they've done the branding, but I'm wondering if they also did anything to mess up the auction software because they've had different issues sometimes being able to get the auction through without a hitch. So if you change anything on the website, did you mess with anything that'll screw with the auction when it's going to close? That's what I'm curious about. If they get through this weekend without any weirdness, that's what I'm curious about.
This is the what was it? PWCC.
It was PWCC. It is now Fanatics Collect. One thing we didn't talk about too much, and we'll talk about it later. They did adjust the fees to try to draw more inexpensive cards because the cheapest level is actually 6% seller fee, which is actually like half of what eBay charges. So if you can keep it under that level and price it correctly, you could actually retain way more of the money, which could be interesting. So it's making a pitch for the lower end, which is interesting that they would go that way. They're trying to populate and add more auctions to their weekly and such. So interesting. So I don't know. And presumably they're supposed to be adding some kind of a trading element to it. I don't know how that's going to look, but supposedly that's one of the things they're going to be trying to add. So we'll see. We'll find out. Wes says, learning about things I never wanted to know. Oh, Wes, you wanted to know.
Wes, I've tried to tell you and everyone else, this show sucks. Stop watching it. This is...
Sorry, your audio cut out again. It's terrible. Listen, as Eric was saying, I can see from when Wes's avatar, his eyes say, tell me everything. Literally everything. I see it. I can tell. Did you ever hang up on a caller? Yes. Now, in fairness, to be fair. Thank you. I appreciate that we were able to get that done, and especially this late in the game, we were able to do it. It's good. I can count on one hand the number of times I actually hung up on a caller, which in 50,000 phone calls is damn good. It's actually pretty good because I have heard some really stupid shit. Stupid shit. I did have one person, though, threaten / promise me that they would make a Facebook group denouncing me. And I am still waiting. It's been 12 years. I want my fucking Facebook page.
He can't even fucking plug his his TV in. So how's he going to figure out a Facebook page?
To this very day. Now, the one time I legitimately hung up on something, like most of the time somebody's being belligerent, I don't care. What I will say is that there was one person that it wasn't even what they said. They were just so annoying. They just kept babbling. And I was like, I was about to go to lunch and I was already 10 minutes past my lunch break and they were just yammering about it. And I could not make out one word they were saying. And then finally I got to the point where I was sitting there and I'm like, all right, fine. Here's what I'm going to do. So they're yammering, blah, blah, blah. I unmute myself and I go in. It's like, oh, okay. So what you need to do in order to do that is you need to go and click. Like, we're done. So I just talk through it so that when it disconnects, the audio playback is I was in the middle of saying something and it just disconnected.
Too bad.
It's so tragic. And now I'm going to lunch.
I hate when that happens.
It's awful. It's obscene. And I was saddened. And then I had my lunch. Bob Boozle says, we've launched new services to take your money. Correct. Will says, people complained about the auction last night. Seemed to be the same old website. No big change hiccup. CrowdStrike free software, apparently. So CrowdStrike, if you guys caught that, is shut down a lot of things. It didn't have too much of an effect at work, though. A couple of the systems did have a bit of a hiccup with it, but it's definitely been impactful, apparently, today for a lot of folks. I bought something last night. Price after the hammer did seem a little lower. Maybe I'm imagining it, too lazy to do math. Okay. Wrestler wants to know, really wants to know. Oh, yes. Like I said, I could tell. Wasn't even a question.
Oh, yeah. Tell by his eyes. Yeah, like you said.
I saw it. It was right there.
Yeah, yeah.
When I worked for Apple, a woman called me Satan, which was nice.
It is nice.
Hey, listen, being known, she probably thought you were Miroslav Shatan. It's a compliment.
Oh, I used to have a T-shirt, Bruin symbol on the front and the 81 and Satan on the back. I love that shirt. I gotta buy it.
Says, is this our Wes? The Wes that lives in Austin part of Houston? Maybe. CC says the 6% selling fee is kind of true. The card must be priced within 120% of what PWCC deems as the market price. Otherwise, a 15% fee on cards 120 or less. The PWCC market price at times is off. So I agree. That's why I said as long as it fits the criteria. But yes, you are correct. But I think it's interesting, regardless, that they're making a play for the low end. That's the part that actually kind of surprises me, that they would even make a play for the low end. Because under, in the $100 and 20 range or less, that's been eBay's domain. So even if they're able to pick up a little bit, kind of interesting that they would go. Like I said, 6%. If you can find a way to price it within whatever they deem to be that window. Look, if you're selling a $50 card and $6 fees, it's a big difference as opposed to 13, 14% fees. You're at least getting to keep more of the money, so it's something. I don't know. I'd be kind of curious about that. Of course, Zach says, worked at a call center. Freaked me out when people would casually ask me where my office was or into what I drove.
Yeah, you don't want to give that info out. That or lie.
Click.
I'm in California, and I drive a Dodge Dart.
Well, listen, if Zach was freaked out by that, there was a guy who was infamous in the call center because he would call all the time, and he would keep calling until he got a lady on the phone.
Oh.
And he was known. He was actually in the system because people would share the stories in there. He was known as Rubber Boots Man.
Oh.
I think you've told this story.
I have, but I'll just repeat it real quick since apparently tonight has been the night of call center stories. So I'll just repeat it real quick. So he was Rubber Boots Man. And the reason he was Rubber Boots Man is because as soon as he would get a lady on the phone, he would initiate a conversation, which would start off regularly enough, but he would never actually give any account information or anything. He would cock around it. And then eventually he would, he would just start being creepy. But part of it would be like, do you like rubber boots? And everybody's sitting there like,
wasn't.
And the girls at the call center would explain this to me. And I'm sitting there, and then I looked at the account and they would write like descriptions of what it was. Nobody could ever figure out who Rubber Boots, but he just kept calling all the time for years. But he was Rubber Boots Man. So if Zach, felt like that would be a lot creepier.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, do you like rubber boots, Zach?
No.
I don't know.
Oh, Zach's a Rubber Boots Man. Come on.
I don't know. I'm just saying. Listen.
Come on.
It was Eric. Mm-hmm.
It was totally Eric. 100%. We solved the mystery. All these years later, we figured it out.
He's chased us down.
Says,
let us on until we found him out.
Listen, I know who can corroborate this with us. We're going to find out that Marcellus. So that's why fucking Eric kept asking me if I like rubber boots.
That's it.
I know it.
He does. He likes them.
I would be tempted to flirt with lady callers if I worked at a call center. There were guys that did. I worked where you were called to report child abuse to the state for a few months. I have stories for days. No doubt. No doubt. Call centers are one of the weirdest places to work, my friends. If you haven't been, if you're young enough, it'd be an interesting experience. If you're not, run for the hills. Don't do it unless you too wish to speak with Rubber Boots Man at some point.
Yeah.
If he's still alive.
Bubbles says if your company has 1-800, listen, Eric's right there. Bobby, Eric is right there.
He's there.
Yeah. If your company has 1-800 number, you're going to get calls from prison? Probably, yeah. It's about right. It was something. Anyway. All right, folks. So real quick, before we wander down, any last thoughts or anything else? We had a very spirited television discussion. Pretty deep on the TV, though. Like, there was a lot there. I was very impressed. And I think it's testament. We got Rescue 911 involved in there. A lot of different television shows. We had that. We had the call center, call center diaries, call center tales segment. That was pretty exciting. So we had that going on. And so we are, in fact, so next week, I will reach out to a few folks that I know will be going to the Nacional. We'll see if we can get a little bit of that in there. That should be exciting. I'll repeat a couple of things as well. AMG Collectibles, AMG.ca. We always appreciate them. Information description. I will be adding some links tonight. Hopefully, if you check out the replay, you'll see it. And you'll get a link to Bobby's latest article on Hobby News Daily or Hobby News. Yeah, is it Hobby News Daily?
Yeah.
That's one. Yeah. So article on that. I'll try to get you a link for Victor's book if you want to, if you want to patronize it and check it out, so you can check that out as well. And then I will also include a link to, like I said, the Hobby with Cage episode, where his most recent passionate Hobby with Cage, but I'll also include a link to the other one because you're poor.
Because you are poor.
Just saying, because you're poor.
It's true.
Bob Ozel says, Call Center Confessions comes on after Emmanuel in Space.
Oh, stop.
Yes.
Ozel. Stop it.
These are facts.
Dirty.
I love it.
Dirty.
So, Erica, how do you feel that we're about to have episode 197 in the books? That means next week the Nacional, the not national coverage, is episode 198. We are dangerously close to 200. The 200 is nigh.
I'm
just over the corner.
I'm gonna either have a heart attack or another mountain bike crash, and I won't be alive at that point.
Okay.
But at that point, we will then have your spirit joining us live on location from your purgatory, where all you can do is have stale beer and listen to spoken word poetry by William Shatner in the medium place.
What I don't want either one of those things.
I'm sorry. Then you should have made sure your life didn't suck.
Yes.
You make a good point there.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
I should have done better with that.
You really should have. Yeah. Like, Eric, listen. Just
I
between you and me, like no one's listening anyway.
Yeah.
Just between you, me, and Bobby.
Right.
50 years, Eric. 50 years. That's enough time to like not suck. Have you considered like in 50 years, like that's 50 consecutive years of suck. That's a lot of suck.
It is.
It is
almost as excessive suck.
Like it's way too much, man. That's a half century of suck.
Well, from what I hear, I didn't suck that bad my first year. It's really when I started walking and talking.
Your mother was being way too nice to you. Don't lie. Don't let her lie to you.
I guess it really started when I was walking and talking that things started going downhill fast. But from what I hear, the first year wasn't that bad. Just saying. Just saying. It's really more like 49.
I don't know, man. I like this suggestion. I think you should just skip to 201 to mess with people.
Maybe.
Well, we did have the lost episode because of Southern Hogan. See, Hogan ruins everything.
Yeah.
Even Memphis Hogan ruined an entire episode that is lost to the sands of time. Eric did say in the second grade he wanted to grow up to be a vacuum. I know. Actually, Bobby, you know what would be funny? Again, no one's listening anyway, so we can have some fun with this. You know what would be funny? What would be funny is if I download it, and then because on StreamYard, you can do a live stream, but you could also do a live recording. You can have a video that then goes to live. What'd be funny is if episode 200 was actually the lost episode, and I just rebroadcast it. I cut out the Southern Hogan so it doesn't get pulled, but I just rebroadcast the lost episode as 200.
Perfect.
That would fit perfectly with the video where I said, if I could just record the same video again, and then I did it, that'd be amazing.
And then I wouldn't have to do this.
Oh no! I'd still make you show up. Like you'd have to be in the corner for the entire episode.
No,
the whole time, literally hours. You would have to sit there as a commentary and sit and watch the entire lost episode in real time from the beginning to the end.
My life sucks.
It does. That was our point. I thought we just covered that. We just addressed this issue.
You didn't have it on record, did you?
Oh, the thing, Bobby, the lost episode is still on my YouTube.
No,
the thing is
this show.
I turned it. I actually turned it off before I hit live. We were good.
Yeah,
I turned it off.
And jumped back in. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that part I don't know, but I had it turned off. So we're all good.
Okay.
Carlos saying, "Crap! I just realized 197 may have been you messing with us already." I say nothing. Sounds like bonus Patreon content, maybe. I see. I would have loved to have done a Patreon, but I always laugh because it's sitting there. It's the same thing as the join button. I always joke with the join button. It's like it exists, but there's no like special features in it. I would love for there to be some special features or something in there, but I was never able to come up with anything that made any sense. I could listen if I really wanted to. I could have made a Patreon where I charge people for the privilege of me saying I don't make any money on it, and then not be able to reach Bobby Bro. I heard that's a thing that people do.
What happens?
And they've been able to get people to pay for that. So I don't know if you can imagine that, but people pay for that.
What we got to do is find the handful of pictures of all of us together. All right, with Yannick and us and whoever else, I don't know. Not Brad, because Brad's, always just does this. He doesn't actually come and talk to us or anything. So, and what we do, we blow that up to 8x10, and then we all sign it. All right. And then they battle it out in the Patreon, and highest bid wins the multiple autograph 8x10 from the show. I don't see how we can go wrong. I think we're going to make like at least 300,000.
I have a counter idea. So Brett from Stacking Slabs decided to do a Patreon because he wanted to, once he left the job he was in, he decided to monetize it. I'm not going to do that because I don't mind my day job. I'm fine with it. However, what he decided to do is, his secret behind the paywall Patreon stuff is like him interviewing collectors and basically just talking about the shit they already have. So somebody else can spend money and then just tell you what they already have. So behind the Patreon paywall, we can do a couple of things. We can have Eric show off his Reggie Lemon collection. Now, no one would actually want to see that, but the point is we can have it there.
Not true.
But then we can have episodes where all he does is denounce Name. So Name would subscribe for no other reason than to hear what Eric's saying about him. And then other people would be like, wait, what shit is he saying about Name? And that would be the episode.
I could go on for days.
And that's a lot of videos.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of behind the scenes content. And then you can find out once and for all.
Here we go. We'll blow that up.
That is a picture, yes.
8x10.
Even though it's shaping correctly for an 8x10, but yes.
And then we'll sign it. And then they can just go into Thunderdome financial Thunderdome
Thunderdome.
Yep, to get the autographed copy of it.
Mm-hmm.
See, Bobby, if I could have Card Shop, I could have that on the Patreon. It's like if Netflix isn't in on this, I will show them. I'll show them season 1 of Card Shop, and all I'll do is just send in people in the sports world to basically torment Eric. We'll just send in one after another. It'll be a procession. It's like, hi, my kid told me about this goaltender that supposedly played for the Bruins, Reginald.
No,
Lululemon.
Regine.
Lemon and Amana?
No, Regine.
Rajan?
Reginald?
Regine? And it's just basically every week it's just mispronouncing and finding a new way. Hi, does your store have like media? What are you looking for? Do you have Emmanuel in space?
No.
See, it would always be something. It would just be one thing after another. Just
I know it's midnight, but listen to this. I just remembered something jumped out at me.
You remembered something. This is your last thing. Remember it.
Okay, so we could talk about it next week or whatever, so we can have more people hear about it. But from what I am hearing, Bobby Orr has shut down his Great North Road business that he had with his sister, and has signed exclusively with Upper Deck, and he has canceled a signing that he had scheduled here in the New England area, and he is now only signing for Upper Deck, and I guess it is going to be an astronomical amount of money when he signs. So for the last 30, 40 years or whatever, if you wanted Bobby Orr items, you went to his sister's business, Great North Road, and that was all authentic, and that's where you went to get his stuff. Business is completely shut down, and he is now signed exclusively with Upper Deck, from what I'm hearing.
There's more to that story too, but I can't really disclose it right now, but it'll be coming out soon.
Scandalous.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked about it, and I was shocked to hear that he's canceling signings.
Yeah.
So I want to talk to Billy about it, and I'm definitely interested in what Bobby has to say at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I think it sounds to me that Bubiora and Tom are going to do a collab, and they're only going to sign the squiggles. So they're going to both convert fully into a symbol like Prince.
Yeah.
And they will merge their symbol like a Voltron. And it'll just be shaped like a middle finger.
Oh, yeah, that's what to their fans, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know Tom Baby does that already.
But they can both do it now and combine it and be like, hey, Eric, fuck you.
Yeah,
I am not going to go with Baby or quite yet. I need to hear, more facts and information. And if comes to find out he's being a baby, we'll change his name too.
Okay.
I look forward to the betrayal. It shall be very dramatic.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're at 4 hours and I'm up.
Sounds good. Bobby, have yourself a good night. Everyone else, appreciate you. Bob Boozle, Zach, Carlisle, everybody else in there. We appreciate you as always. We hit our time. I don't know if Jason's still going, but if he is, you can check it out. I know he started at 10, so I have no idea how long he intended to go for.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's right, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see. If he did, I'm actually going to check it out, watch the replay if it's
I
if it's
might
off
watch it, but I just need to get cool.
Well, exactly. So have yourselves a good one. Bobby Burrell from wow. Yeah, so Bobby Burrell from the Garage of Knowledge, the now seeming sauna-like Garage of Knowledge, and Eric from Air Conditioned Estate.
Yes. He's got a sweat.
Episode 197. Podcast episode coming up this Monday. It will air on Tuesday. You'll see it on Tuesday. And then an AMG podcast on that channel as well. So that's going to links in the description for the replay, people. Have yourselves a good one. If you're going to the National Enjoy, send back reports. Let's hear about it. We got our not national coverage to do. So that's going to start. This upcoming week will begin the not national coverage week. It will be National Week like Shark Week, but lamer.
Much.
Get excited. Ish. Anyway, have yourselves a good night. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, everybody.